Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Madame la directrice générale du Fonds monétaire international, Monsieur le directeur général du Fonds monétaire arabe, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Messieurs le gouverneur et vice-gouverneurs, honorable assistance. Bienvenue à cette table ronde de haut niveau co-organisée par Bank Al-Maghrib et le Fonds monétaire international sur les monnaies numériques des banques centrales. Je m'appelle Leila El-Kfifi, je suis directrice organisation et transformation digitale à Bank Al-Maghrib et je serai votre maître de cérémonie aujourd'hui. Je vous informe que les travaux de cette session sont diffusés en live streaming sur les réseaux sociaux, sur les comptes de Bank Al-Maghrib et de FMI. Une traduction simultanée aussi en langue arabe, anglais et français est disponible pour vous permettre de suivre les séances des intervenants selon la langue de votre choix. Mesdames et messieurs, après les allocutions de bienvenue de Monsieur le gouverneur de Bank Al-Maghrib et de Madame la directrice du Fonds monétaire international, nous entamerons un programme très chargé et très riche avec 3 sessions qui permettront, grâce à la participation d'éminents panélistes, de couvrir la thématique des monnaies digitales de banque centrale selon différents angles. Pour lancer les travaux, j'ai l'honneur d'inviter M. Abdel Jouahri, gouverneur de Bank Al-Maghrib, pour son allocution de bienvenue. Son intervention sera en langue française. Monsieur le gouverneur, la parole est à vous.
Madame la directrice générale du Fonds monétaire international, Monsieur le directeur général du Fonds monétaire arabe, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, chers collègues gouverneurs et vice-gouverneurs, Messieurs les directeurs des départements du Fonds monétaire international, Messieurs les présidents directeurs généraux des institutions et instances nationales, honorable assistance. C'est pour moi un réel plaisir de vous accueillir aujourd'hui à l'occasion de cette table ronde que Bank Al-Maghrib organise avec le Fonds monétaire international sur les monnaies numériques de banque centrale. C'est une rencontre que nous avons inscrite ensemble sur la liste d'une série d'événements constituant ce que nous avons appelé la route vers Marrakech, et que j'ai eu le privilège de lancer avec Madame Kristalina Georgieva, directeur général du Fonds monétaire international, en octobre dernier à Washington. Je voudrais à cet égard adresser mes vifs remerciements à Madame Georgieva qui, malgré un agenda lourdement chargé, a tenu à être présente avec nous. Je vous invite à l'applaudir chaleureusement. Je voudrais remercier également toutes les équipes du Fonds, dont la forte mobilisation a permis aux côtés des services de la Banque de faire aboutir cette conférence. Bien au-delà, je saisis cette opportunité pour les féliciter pour le travail remarquable de préparation qu'ils sont en train d'accomplir avec la Banque mondiale et les autorités marocaines pour faire des assemblées annuelles de Marrakech un rendez-vous à la hauteur des attentes du continent, de la région et de la communauté économique et financière internationale. Mes remerciements s'adressent également à vous tous d'avoir répondu à notre invitation et de nous avoir honorés de votre présence. Je ne peux que me réjouir du niveau de participation que je constate aussi bien des banques centrales partenaires que des institutions internationales, régionales et nationales. Cela témoigne de l'intérêt certain que suscite depuis quelques années déjà cette problématique de monnaie numérique. Mesdames et messieurs, le choix de la ville de Rabat pour la tenue de cet événement relève, outre son inscription au patrimoine mondial de l'UNESCO depuis 2012, du fait qu'elle a joué un rôle majeur dans la frappe de la monnaie à travers l'histoire du Maroc. Dès le XIIe siècle, Rabat était connu pour son atelier monétaire prospère. Les sultans de la dynastie Al-Muhad ont supervisé la frappe de pièces d'argent de haute qualité, véhiculant fièrement le nom de la cité Ribat al-Fath, tant localement que sur les longues et multiples routes commerciales de l'époque. La ville a maintenu cette tradition sous la dynastie alaouite, la frappe monétaire ayant été particulièrement florissante à partir du XVIIe siècle. Des monnaies d'or, d'argent et de bronze ont été produites, arborant des inscriptions calligraphiques et des motifs artistiques sophistiqués. Si votre agenda le permet, je vous invite à découvrir cette pièce historique au musée de Bank Al-Maghrib où elle trouve un digne refuge aujourd'hui. Mesdames et messieurs, bien sûr que les temps se sont succédés et nous nous retrouvons à discuter à Rabat aujourd'hui de monnaie numérique de banque centrale. L'intérêt que suscite cette problématique n'est que le reflet de la proactivité et de la capacité de nos institutions à s'adapter aux mutations et aux changements de paradigme qui marquent leur environnement. Si au lendemain du lancement du Bitcoin, plusieurs régulateurs avaient adopté une attitude prudente, les banques centrales ont rapidement compris que le statu quo n'est plus une option si elles veulent préserver leur rôle central d'émetteur de la monnaie. L'ambition était aussi d'explorer les opportunités qu'offrent les innovations technologiques et de les mobiliser au service de leur mission tout en appréhendant les risques dont elles sont porteuses. Plusieurs réflexions de l'émission de NBC ont été ainsi initiées et les travaux se sont vite accélérés avec l'implication d'organisations internationales comme le Fonds monétaire ou la BRI ou encore la constitution de groupes de réflexion ad hoc réunissant des banques centrales et d'autres institutions financières. Malgré les avancées réalisées, des questions fondamentales, notamment sur les apports de la NBC et sur ses impacts sur les missions fondamentales des banques centrales, restent toujours objet de débat. Il va sans dire à cet égard que les motivations et les défis d'une NBC diffèrent d'un pays à l'autre, en particulier entre les économies avancées d'un côté et celles émergentes et en développement de l'autre. Au niveau de notre région, plusieurs banques centrales avancent dans les explorations des NBC. Au Maroc en particulier, nous avons mis en place en 2021 un groupe dédié et nous aurons l'occasion d'aborder ces travaux plus en détail lors de la première session de cette rencontre. Mesdames et messieurs, la complexité et les défis liés à la monnaie numérique banque centrale mettent en exergue le besoin de poursuivre et d'approfondir le débat. C'est justement dans ce cadre que s'inscrit la rencontre d'aujourd'hui, que nous espérons être l'occasion d'un échange fructueux et riche d'enseignements à travers les expériences des uns et des autres. Dans ce sens, et au regard de la qualité des intervenants, je reste convaincu que les résultats seront à la hauteur des attentes. En souhaitant plein succès à nos travaux, je vous remercie bien vivement de votre attention.
Merci, Monsieur le Gouverneur, d'avoir ouvert la voie pour la discussion et l'échange sur un sujet aussi passionnant. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Kristalina Georgieva, Managing Director of the IMF, for her welcome and remarks. Thank you very much.
Salam alaikum, bonjour, good morning. I am so grateful to Governor Jouari for bringing us together today on a discussion about a topic of great significance for the global economy, one that we will pursue relentlessly together. My gratitude also goes to the Minister of Finance, who graciously accompanied me yesterday on a fantastic visit to Ouarzazate, where we had a chance to see why Morocco is so deserving to be the host of the annual meetings in October. We were within 20 minutes in the future with a visit to Noor, the incredible solar plant that is demonstrating how we can have clean energy, and it is a symbol of the dynamism and modernity of Morocco. And also we were in Eid bin Haddou, where in the 11th century, history produced a remarkable monument, today a UNESCO heritage. In other words, we have rich history, tradition, culture, and vibrancy that guarantees a strong, dynamic economy for Morocco, for Africa, and of course, a contribution to the whole world. So I can only, Governor and Minister, I can only share with the audience that for us at the IMF, Morocco hosting the annual meetings is a symbolic event. How the past, the present, the future can provide for optimism in a world that is faced with quite a significant challenges. And I invite the audience to give a big round of applause to our host today and in October. My thanks also go to all of you in attendance, but especially to the Director General of the Arab Monetary Fund and the Governor of the Central Bank of West African States. They will bring deep expertise to the panel discussion we would have later. Let me recognize that the topic of CBDCs has been quite intensely present in discussions around the world. We had last year in Jeddah a CBDC conference. It was co-hosted by the Saudi Central Bank, the Arab Monetary Fund, and us, the IMF. Many of you attended it. And already then, we recognized that in a massive transformation driven by the digital revolution, of course, how the economy functions and the role of money is significantly impacted. We used to say before the pandemic that the future was digital. With the pandemic, the future arrived. We now have an accelerated transformation, and we all have to recognize that if we don't move fast as policymakers, we risk to miss an opportunity and create risks for our future. We have been working on the topic of CBDCs at the IMF, and what I can report is that we are still at a point when a lot is not decided. But that is exactly the point when we have to intensify our efforts, so decisions taken are the right ones. We have seen many central banks picking up on the issue of CBDCs. In fact, 114 central banks are at some stage of exploration, with about 10 already crossing the finish line. And of course, we know the largest pilot in the world is the one in China, with 118 million participants in that pilot. We have seen some central banks who have explored CBDC dropping it for the time being. And that is also a reflection that it is not a simple, straightforward decision to take. Let me make 3 points at this opening of the conference. The first one is the point about benefits. Why is it so important to explore CBDCs? Well, first, they give more people access to financial services and bring the cost down. Second, CBDCs can provide for more resilient and efficient payment systems. Third, they can be a cheaper way and a quicker way to do cross-border payments, to pass remittances, very important for this region, and also simplify other transfers. Let me just give you a number to illustrate. Average cost of remittances, 6.3%. That means $45 billion a year get in the hands of intermediaries rather than in the hands of those this money is being dedicated. The minister reminded me yesterday that often remittances are small amount of money that people save and send to their relatives, as small as $20. Taking away any percentage of this means that the hard labor, the hard effort of those who save is being undermined. And often we talk about low-income families for whom that makes a material difference. My second point is that if we are to be successful, CBDCs could not be fragmented national propositions. To have transactions more efficient and fairer, we need systems that connect countries. In other words, we need interoperability. And for this reason, at the IMF, we are working hard on the concept of a global CBDC platform to trade and to manage risks. And my colleague, Tobias Adrian, will talk more about it later in the day. And my third and last point is we have an institution, the IMF, that is created to serve 190 members. On behalf of my colleagues, I want to stress that we recognize our responsibility to serve all these members, rich and poor, big and small, with a connectivity bringing them together. And that, of course, takes me to the annual meetings again, where we will bring the world together in Marrakesh. At that point, we are going to bring also advancements of our thinking, 2 new IMF papers, CBDCs and private digital payments in sub-Saharan Africa, and one on a roadmap to CBDCs in the Middle East and Central Asia. bring experience from these regions, advance the discussion for the regions, but also globally. My gratitude again to you, Governor. I look at this room, I see some familiar faces, I see many new faces. This is a demonstration of the excitement that comes when we discuss CBDCs, and I so very much look forward to our discussion today, as well as when we are all where? In Marrakesh. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam, for this inspiring speech. And I look forward to Eleni Jacob for the first session. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Fantastic. Where is the energy this morning, MD? We need to get the energy up. I'm going to start with a little bit of an anecdote. You were playing football yesterday, weren't you? Yeah? Has anyone seen this viral video? The MD of the IMF comes to Morocco. She plays football, and she absolutely goes viral on the internet. I suggest that you all take a look at that video. I'm worried that the IMF has a bit of concern. You're committed to the IMF. You're not going to be going and playing football professionally. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, what an honor to be with you in Rabat. What a fantastic event for me to join you with. My name is Eleni Jacob. I'm an anchored correspondent at CNN. We cover so many of these incredible African stories. My job is to go around the continent and to search for incredible things that are happening, of quantum leaps, leaving legacy systems behind, and seeing the incredible growth that is possible on this continent. One of the most important things that has been happening around the world is, of course, the transformation within the digital world. And Africa has absolutely been well known for evolving digital payment systems. Now, the question that I ask myself is the next leap forward, digital currencies, and the role that all of you will have to play in this journey. So I'd like to welcome everyone here. MD, Kristalina Georgieva, please join me back on stage. Thank you for hosting this. Abdelatif Jouari, Governor of the Bank of Al-Maghrib. Sir, welcome back. Yes, please, next to me. Jean-Claude Cassibrou, Governor for Central Bank for West African Economic and Monetary Union. Welcome, sir. Can we get a round of applause, please? Thank you. Abdurrahman Al-Hamidi, Director General, Chairman of the Board Arab Monetary Fund. Fantastic. Welcome, sir. All right, we've got lots to get to. Governor Brew, I'd like to start with you. And we've ascertained, even from the commentary from Governor Jouari and as well as the MD, that there's opportunity, right, with CBDCs. Low and middle income countries are showing interest. We've ascertained this. And big in retail digital money in particular because of its potential, right? Financial inclusion is something that we cover quite extensively. And of course, it's a big question. What would you say the state of financial inclusion is right now within the West African Economic and Monetary Union, and how CBDCs could play a role in bridging that gap?
Merci beaucoup. Merci et bonjour. Je voudrais, avant de répondre à la question, saisir cette opportunité pour remercier le gouverneur Jouari de la Banque Al-Maghrib et Madame Georgina, directeur général du Fonds monétaire, pour nous avoir associés à cette rencontre extrêmement importante qui va nous permettre de débattre d'un sujet très en vigueur aujourd'hui, pratiquement dans toutes les banques centrales, c'est-à-dire l'utilisation de monnaie numérique de banque centrale. Comme cela a été indiqué, c'est un sujet où certaines banques centrales, quelques-unes, sont déjà très en avance, elles ont déjà des monnaies numériques de banque centrale. Beaucoup de banques centrales sont dans la phase où des projets pilotes vont être lancés, mais la majorité est dans la phase de réflexion, dans la phase d'analyse, dans la phase d'appréciation des avantages que pourrait apporter une monnaie numérique de banque centrale. Et au niveau de la BCEAO, nous sommes un peu dans cette phase, parce que nous pensons qu'il est important d'avoir clairement les objectifs que l'on veut atteindre, comment apprécier les défis que cela comporte et comment minimiser, gérer les risques que cela aussi apporte. Donc, nous avons une réflexion, bien sûr, de l'introduction d'une monnaie numérique de banque centrale. Nous avons identifié trois objectifs pour nous qui sont essentiels. Le premier objectif, c'est l'inclusion financière. Et le deuxième, c'est évidemment l'utilisation très forte que nous avons donc de pièces et de billets dans notre union monétaire. Donc la circulation fiduciaire qui est très élevée. Et enfin, troisième objectif, c'est les paiements transfrontaliers, puisque nous faisons partie d'un groupement assez large. Et donc, il y a beaucoup de transactions qui se font entre les pays. Et donc, voilà un peu les trois éléments que nous voyons comme qui pourraient être des objectifs que l'utilisation d'une monnaie numérique de banque centrale pourrait aider à contribuer à améliorer. Alors, pour revenir peut-être à la question de l'inclusion financière, c'est vrai que pour une union monétaire comme la nôtre, c'est-à-dire 8 pays, 137 millions d'habitants, l'inclusion financière dans les années 2014-2015 était quand même à un niveau faible. Et donc la priorité a été mise sur les mesures à mettre en œuvre pour améliorer cette inclusion financière. L'évaluation donnait un taux d'inclusion financière, c'est-à-dire le nombre de banques, de comptes dans les banques et dans les secteurs non bancaires par rapport à la population de plus de 15 ans, autour de 30%. C'était vraiment très faible. Et donc, il nous fallait rapidement mettre en œuvre des mesures pour corriger cela. Et donc, ce que nous avons fait, c'est immédiatement d'autoriser les établissements, les banques et les secteurs non bancaires à émettre de la monnaie numérique. Nous avons facilité pour les institutions de microfinance, dont le rôle et l'objectif est de toucher les zones rurales. Donc, nous avons mis en place, parce qu'elles avaient des moyens limités, nous avons mutualisé les plateformes informatiques pour leur permettre justement d'émettre également de la monnaie numérique. Et nous avons également mis en place, donc commencé les réflexions pour permettre donc les questions d'interopérabilité, justement pour permettre et faciliter donc la pénétration donc des comptes des services financiers dans les zones rurales. Et ces mesures ont donné quand même quelques résultats, puisque en 2022, lorsque nous avons refait un peu les évaluations, nous avons atteint un taux d'inclusion financière autour de 80%. Donc c'était déjà un progrès qui était quand même, positif. Mais les défis sont toujours là. Nous avons bien sûr, comme on l'a dit, une marge de progression encore en termes de monnaie de pénétration. Nous avons le secteur rural, nous avons les femmes, par exemple, qui sont très actives dans les zones rurales, mais qui n'ont toujours pas suffisamment accès aux services financiers. Nous avons également la circulation fiduciaire, comme je l'ai évoqué, qui est très élevée, parce que l'économie reste encore très informelle. Près de 25% de la masse monétaire, c'est de la circulation fiduciaire, c'est-à-dire les billets et les monnaies. Ça a un coût, bien sûr, pour nous. Et donc là, il faut que nous travaillions donc, à travers éventuellement les monnaies numériques de banque centrale à faire donc, baisser l'utilisation des coûts, l'utilisation donc, de la circulation fiduciaire et les paiements transfrontaliers. Nous sommes 8 pays d'une union monétaire dans un ensemble de 15 pays, donc la CEDEAO.
On that note, Governor, if I may interject, the cross-border payments is really fascinating given the continental free trade area and the headway we're seeing with that. So I think that's going to be one of the biggest themes. We have so much to get to you on. I'm going to just try and get everyone else weighing in on some of the incredible themes that you brought up so we can take the conversation forward. Abdul Rahman, great to have you with us. Thank you so much. I'm calling you by your first name because we're such good friends. Great to have you with us. Look, we've heard, from Governor Brew in terms of, what they're focusing on, and clearly this could absolutely bring down cost. But there are a few issues in terms of what challenges we could see. In the same breath, I want you to give me a sense of what we're seeing in terms of developing CBDCs regionally and what you've come across in terms of being able to implement them. What are the biggest things that you've come across in terms of challenges?
صباح الخير جميعا. Very good morning to all of you, and let me start by thanking Bank Al-Maghrib, the governor and the managing director of the IMF for the invitation. And I'm very happy to be in this beautiful country, and we will gather again for so many activities to come, especially the annual meetings that will be held in Marrakesh. And I am so anxious and excited to be there. And I know the world institutions and regional institutions will be there. And I would like also to thank the IMF Managing Director for being our main partner in the region for so many activities that we carry together. First of all, let us, by looking to our region, also to Africa, the population is mostly young. So issues of technology, issues of the use of fintech, and now we are in a world where is a technology revolution. So the world globally is going into that direction, along with the CBDC, and also in our region. We have sent a survey to our central banks, and 17 of those central banks did answer that survey. And about more than 70% of them are, thinking of the CBDCs, and about 18% have already taken an initiative to go into or having proposals for those CBDCs. Now, the challenges in our region are similar to the rest of the world. Yeah. This is a new, new move, and the governor was, in his opening remarks, he took us through the history of money, and up to this moment, we are going into digitization. So what central banks in our region indicated on the result of that survey, there is nothing new in our region of the challenges. It's a global, and I thank the IMF and the World Bank for taking the lead. So we will have, we will try to be able to face those global challenges. Now, the objectives got to be clarified, and I agree with the governor. The financial inclusion in Africa and our region is very critical, and the accessibility to finance in order to be able to create jobs for the youth. There's, about 60% of the population in our region are very, very young, and there are challenges coming in terms of their employment, in terms of access to finance, and the unemployment rate is in our region higher than the average, and therefore moving into digitization hopefully will have open the opportunity for access to finance, and therefore we as a regional institution, we work very closely with our central banks. We have issued guidelines on the on how to design CBDCs, and we have organized, again, Kristalina mentioned the workshop we have organized at the level of the region, where a good number of central bank governors in our region have participated in that. But again, challenges are similar.
But generally there's an embracing of CBDCs
Yes, there is a
by the
good,
governors?
there is a good number of,
Yeah.
of central banks in our region are moving into that direction.
Fantastic. MD, I'm coming to you now. And I mean, look, the cross-border trade issue, cross-border payments has got to be one of the biggest issues facing the continent, specifically when you want to increase integration. There's so many businesses that I speak to that say, you know, moving from one currency to another that experience such huge depreciation that, I mean, you know the issues on the ground. How do you think CBDCs could help smooth things out? And what is the IMF doing to help formulate those structures? There we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me first say that I am only going to soccer for inspiration. The Atlas Alliance demonstrated what it means to mobilize for purpose. I told them that our annual meetings are like the financial equivalent of World Cup. So that we take inspiration for them, we play like the Atlas Lions. Now, this let me go to the importance of the discussion we have today. I did mention in my opening how much gets into hands of intermediaries at a loss to the people for whom this transfer is directed for remittances. But let me add another much bigger figure, 120 billion, which is the cost for cross-border operations for businesses. There is about 23 trillion plus that gets in from one place to another. And the payment systems we have today do lead to a significant cost. So we have to work hard to reduce this cost, increase the efficiency of our economies. What is the policy challenge for cross-border payments when we talk about CBDCs? There are three. First, we need to have common settlement asset. So if you are to have dollar CBDC, dirham CBDC exchange, there has to be common settlement that says, okay, this exchange is possible. Second, we need common legal and regulatory frameworks. We have some, but far from what is necessary. And third, we need shared infrastructure. So the work is significant that we have to do for CBDCs to play a role. If we are successful, tremendous benefit. So we are inspired to be successful for that reason. You ask a very important question, what do we do? So at the IMF, we are working on that broad principle of interoperability. And we look at these three challenges systematically. First, on common assets. A very important way to achieve it is to tokenize central bank reserves. In other words, make central bank reserves all under a common denominator by tokenizing these reserves. When we talk about regulatory framework, well, this is where the importance of systematically identifying what needs to be regulated the same way in different countries is so important. And that kind of exchange we have today, our engagements, they are the pathway for that common regulatory framework. Ultimately, we also need common infrastructure. And this is the notion of a platform that we at the IMF are developing. And as I said, Tobias will give you the details. But basically what it is to make the connectivity, the interoperability possible through that common platform. What would happen if we fail? Well, then we would have, unfortunately, settlement blocks. Yeah. Some currencies talk to each other and others don't. In a world of economic fragmentation, this is the last thing we want. At the IMF, we believe that our role to systematically advance on these three key issues and get a partnership, and this is very important, a partnership of all institutions, obviously the Arab Monetary Fund, the central banks of individual countries, BIS, the Bank for International Settlement, FSB, we all working together, we can have answers to these questions that make interoperability not a term, but reality.
So I'm hearing two things, and very quickly, just to confirm, you don't think that true economic integration can happen without what you're saying? And then secondly, what timeline are we looking at here?
So economic integration can progress, of course, without having the CBDCs connecting to each other. Why? Because we have our kind of traditional settlement systems that are based on still digital, because we use transfers that are done digitally. We don't carry big bags of cash from one country to another. Wow. The problem is that if countries develop CBDCs, but they develop them only for domestic deployment, we are underutilizing their capacity.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Governor Jauhari, great to have you with us. Fantastic opening statement. It really set the scene for us. I want you to give me a sense of the motivation why Bank Al-Maghrib initiated the CBDC project, what kind of gains and momentum you've been seeing, and what are the gaps that you're hoping to close? And I know financial inclusion clearly is one of those objectives.
Oui, madame. Je pense, peut-être pour placer le décor, je rejoins beaucoup de choses qu'a dit Jean-Claude. Évidemment, d'abord l'importance du cash à cause de l'informel. Certaines des études chez nous le fixent à 30%. Ça fait beaucoup développer avec le Covid. Et après le Covid, nous sommes restés avec des pourcentages d'augmentation de la circulation financière importante. Par ailleurs, malgré un système bancaire performant et l'effort qu'il fournit, la bancarisation, d'après l'enquête Findex Banque mondiale, nous sommes à 51%. Et donc, nous avons mis une stratégie nationale en 2019, mais qui fait ressortir exactement ce qu'a dit Jean-Claude, c'est-à-dire ceux qui sont les moins servis, qui ont le plus de difficultés d'accès aux services financiers, c'est-à-dire les jeunes, les femmes rurales, en particulier les TPE. Et évidemment, la communauté marocaine à l'étranger, la diaspora, elle représente en 2022, sur le plan de rémittance, 8% du PIB, ce qui n'est pas négligeable. Donc tout ça nous a mis... mais je pense que malgré, je dirais, ces spécificités de pays en développement, reste que la réflexion pour une monnaie banque centrale numérique ne peut pas être étrangère à ce que vont devenir nos missions fondamentales, qu'est la politique monétaire, la stabilité monétaire, les moyens de paiement. Donc nous avons mis en place un comité de réflexion avec précisément ces deux étages de priorité. Ce que peut être une monnaie de détail, ce que peut être aussi une monnaie de groupe, le tout, qu'est-ce qui va être impliqué? Nous n'en sommes qu'au début. Et nous sommes au début avec une réflexion qui est que les changements de paradigme, les innovations technologiques nous imposent aussi de nous inscrire dans cette voie. Autrement, la fracture numérique et digitale entre pays développés et en voie de développement va encore s'élargir d'une façon invraisemblable. Je rejoins ce qu'a dit Kristalina. À certaines choses, puisque la problématique est mondiale, il faut que le début des solutions soit mondial. Et que par conséquent, ensemble, on pose des règles de réglementation. Ceci dit, je ne pense pas que le problème et la solution technologique puisse être la plus difficile, vu ce qu'on voit au niveau des innovations, la rapidité avec laquelle vont les innovations. Le problème se posera vraisemblablement au niveau politique. Et là, c'est encore une autre paire de manches. Parce que déjà, dans ce que nous faisons ensemble maintenant, nous, en tant que pays en voie de développement par rapport à un partenaire comme l'Europe, nous voyons déjà les difficultés en ce qui concerne précisément les transferts de nos nationaux dans ces régions-là. L'activité bancaire de nos banques dans cette région-là.
Yeah.
Comment voulez-vous, avec une situation de difficulté comme ça, passer tout de suite à une étape de dire nous allons trouver des solutions adaptées au numérique pour pouvoir faire ensemble ce saut qualitatif. Je l'espère, mais peut-être que je ne serai pas à ma responsabilité quand ça viendra. Voilà, merci.
Governor, with you at the helm, I'm sure you are going to push very hard for this. Really illuminating. So there's no political will, is that what you're saying right now, Governor? Not enough? Pushback? What is going on? It's a safe space. You can tell us what you're thinking.
Non, je vais vous dire. Regardez, comme l'a dit Kristalina, regardez la fragmentation où nous sommes. Quelle est géopolitique? On est presque en train de revivre des guerres de civilisation. Et vous voulez ramasser ça à travers des solutions qui soient des solutions innovantes, c'est vrai. Mais c'est pour cela que je dis, moi, en tant que Banque centrale et à l'expérience que j'ai vécue depuis 60 ans, j'appelle ça la démarche de chameau. Vous savez ce que c'est la démarche de chameau? Le chameau pose un pied. Et quand il est sûr, c'est à ce moment-là qu'il pose le deuxième pied. Eh bien, faisons la démarche de chameau. Faisons le premier pied qui soit sûr, et après on posera le second.
Thank you. Okay. Governor, okay, very quickly, MD, and then I'll go to the rest of the team. Tell me. Yes.
I thought when I came to Morocco that playing soccer is going to be my biggest achievement. I think camel riding is going to be my biggest achievement. I want to make 2 points.
Yeah.
The first one is that we are in a highly uncertain time.
Yeah.
And yes, when you walk through fog, you have to be very agile. You put one foot and then the other, as the governor said. It is more uncertain time, and this more uncertain time requires more cooperation, not less. And I would appeal to all of us, not as policymakers, but as mothers and fathers and grandmothers and grandfathers. We bear responsibility for the future, and the future cannot be a world teared apart. So let's take that message. We need to work together seriously. My second point is actually a very important one, and it is a point about leapfrogging. Yes, Governor, there is risk of digital divide that deepens, but there is also an opportunity for emerging markets, for developing economies to leapfrog on the basis of new technology, not being stuck in well-developed systems. Yes. And I think that there is a chance for developing countries, as Kenya did with M-Pesa,
exactly,
to bring us forward. And I would very much want to see the dynamism and creativity of emerging markets deployed as we discuss CBDCs and their future.
Thank you for that point. Incredible. I was just recently in Kenya, and I was asking, what is the next big digital transformation, and I'm hoping this is it. I know, Governor, you want to say something, but let me go to Governor Brew and also Abdul Rahman. Governor Brew, I have to get you in here. Just give me a sec. We have to extend time, by the way, to the organizers, please. Okay, so Governor Brew, there's a few things that really struck me, and the informal sector is absolutely vital. You know it, I know it. Anyone that goes, into remote areas of the continent knows how important it is to include the woman in the village. It's so important. In your path with CBDCs, how do you foresee this happening? How quickly can it happen to transform and reach those goals? Because yes, we're talking about it at macro level and we can see what it will do for multinationals and institutions, fantastic. But can we get the people that need it most in remote areas that are informally trading to adopt CBDCs? What would that look like?
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je pense qu'effectivement, s'il y a un aspect positif que nous voyons, pour lequel nous pensons que la monnaie numérique de banque centrale peut apporter quelque chose, c'est vraiment d'essayer de toucher le plus loin possible les populations qui sont les plus défavorisées. Parce qu'une monnaie numérique de banque centrale, d'abord, il y a la confiance. Parce que l'émetteur, c'est une institution publique, l'institut d'émission, ça donne confiance. Deuxièmement, ça touche directement, donc ça évite l'intermédiation, ça réduit le coût, et donc ça peut être un facteur pour stimuler l'utilisation par ces personnes-là. Et je voudrais peut-être lier à cet aspect la question des transactions transfrontalières. C'est important parce que nous avons beaucoup d'activités économiques, commerciales qui se passent entre les frontières. Les statistiques officielles dans notre région parlent, dans la région Afrique de l'Ouest, autour de 15%, mais c'est des statistiques officielles. Nous sommes convaincus qu'il y a beaucoup d'activités informelles qui se passent, donc il y a des paiements qui se font. Et donc une monnaie digitale de banque centrale pourrait, en facilitant donc ces opérations, accroître le volume des échanges. Et ça également, c'est un aspect qui est positif. Et c'est pour ça que je voudrais rejoindre un aspect qui a été évoqué par Madame la directrice générale. Nous travaillons déjà sur l'harmonisation d'une plateforme de paiement, système de paiement conjoint au niveau de l'Afrique de l'Ouest au sens large, pour justement faciliter ces paiements. Et donc, ce travail est très avancé. Et au niveau de l'Association des banques centrales africaines, il y a des travaux qui sont actuellement en cours, justement, pour aller dans le sens d'un système de paiement au niveau continental qui va soutenir et supporter le paiement entre les différents pays africains. Donc, pour aller dans le sens donc de facilitation des paiements, et bon, je ne parlerai même pas des remittances, qui sont très importants, puisque nous avons beaucoup de remittances. C'est vrai qu'il y a des remittances entre les pays du Nord et les pays du Sud, mais même entre les pays du Sud, il y a beaucoup de remittances qui se font d'un pays à un autre, pour lesquels les paiements sont très coûteux, très chers, donc encore très inefficaces. Donc un système de paiement harmonisé qui prenne en compte les différents systèmes permettrait donc de réduire le coût et de faciliter ces paiements. Puis enfin, terminer, je dirais qu'effectivement, il nous faut beaucoup de coopération, parce que c'est vrai qu'il y a encore quelques difficultés, et je partage l'appréciation de mon ami le gouverneur Jouari, mais bon, il faut qu'on soit optimiste. Je pense qu'il est très optimiste également. À travers la coopération, je pense qu'on va certainement réduire les différences et pouvoir avancer, parce que c'est dans l'intérêt et le bénéfice de toutes les parties. Merci.
Fantastic. Thank you, Governor. Abdul Rahman, okay, I want to talk about international cooperation. I want to talk about how to get the public sector and private sector working together in this regard. We know what the challenges are. It's usually bureaucracy and policy and pushback on that. But we both live in the UAE. We know how quickly things happen there. You have an idea, you push forward. Tell me about how we can get everyone working together.
Thank you very much. Let me please elaborate on some issues that
Yes,
are being
please.
raised.
Thank you.
One is the cross-border payments. And we at the Arab Monetary Fund, under the Council of Central Bank Governors, have established a new institution. It is now up and running, and I thank the IMF and the World Bank for cooperating with us during the establishment. And this new institution, which is Buna Payment Platform, is supposed to facilitate cross-border payments and also facilitate financial inclusion. And I thank both Bank Al-Maghrib and Central Bank of Tunisia and central banks in our region. Both central banks are connected to this new institution. And we are now, there are transactions between countries in our region. There are 4 currencies from our region that are being used for cross-border payments, and 2 international currencies. Now, why is this? Is exactly for streamlining payments, streamlining payment systems, standardization, issues of compliance, issues of cost. You know, the managing director stated that there are $45 billion stays with the intermediaries when it comes to remittances. And that's what she said in her opening speech. Now, with this institution, we will be able to bring down the cost. We are now in the middle of connecting with Africa, for example, also for those reasons.
Is there a risk in terms of crypto filling the gap instead of CBDCs if central banks don't hustle on this and act quickly?
You know, I am an ex-central banker and I believe in central banks. So central banks' digital currencies are going to take over. So we all believe in central banks. We all believe in what they do. We trust what they do.
Yeah.
We know who they are.
But you need to act quickly or else, you know, crypto could...
Yeah, but there are going to be initiatives here and there all the time. However, central banks are now working to fill in if there is any gap. So with that new institution, which meets the international standards, and because of the governors, they have insisted on this new institution to really meet the international standards and also to be able to use the cross-border payments. And now also it's meeting the G20 requirements of cross-border payments, and it's been taken as an example of a showcase for G20 requirements of cross-border. And I really would like to thank the central banks in this region because they made it possible. The issue of financial inclusion is very important. Yeah. We still have you know, a relatively high percentage outside the financial sector. And one of the reasons because of, you know, banking products not necessarily geared towards small, medium-sized enterprises, and also individuals, specifically young females in our region. And we have to have an inclusive financial sector in order to reduce that informal economy. And therefore, this hopefully new institution will help also to address that issue. And therefore, you know, with what we are talking, the topic we are talking about today is CBDC. What can we do in order to have an inclusive financial system, in order to meet the you know, developmental sustainable development goals by 2030? I think that's very critical, and we all need to work together. And I'm very happy, from our region point of view, in cooperation with international institutions. So we all streamline the standards and have that for the outreach. Now, working from Abu Dhabi, we work with the 22 Arab countries. So we are owned by the 22 Arab governments, and therefore, yeah, there are, you know, there are countries in our region are different stages of development. There are countries where the private sector is playing a great role. There is countries where the, you know, private-public partnership is also, you know, in the leadership. And you know, the IMF is, and I think the IMF is very involved with, you know, economic programs with a good number of our region, a good number of countries in our region, and we facilitate in that. And therefore, now, what works, what would not work, that would depend on we don't have one size fits all, neither at the IMF, nor at the AMF, nor in any institution. And a country got to identify what work for its specific circumstances, and we at the AMF and international institutions would be able to be in a situation where we can help them. And yeah, there are countries that things are working probably better. The challenges are less, but the challenges is still there.
Work together like a tight soccer team is what we need to do. Okay, we're wrapping up. MD, I'd like to hear from you. I know you wanted to comment on crypto, but these are closing statements, please.
Yes, okay. The 2 points I want to close with. First, we have to recognize that the prerequisite for success of moving in this world of digital currencies is physical infrastructure for connectivity. And I am very keen to see high ambition for the African continent. Every African citizen, business, public institution connected to the internet. Because if we don't fulfill that basic requirement, that what the governor said, digital divide within countries, across countries, can indeed deepen. We are very fortunate today that the new president of the World Bank comes from the financial inclusion world. As a former head of MasterCard, he did a lot in that regard. And I think that we all, the regional development banks, World Bank, national governments, we have to all recognize the criticality of bringing the physical infrastructure up to par, because only then we can have the institutional infrastructure working for everybody and in a fair way. My second point is our world is moving so much faster than the world I grew up in. I always tell Eleni, I always tell a story how my granddaughter taught me about the speed of change. I was telling her how when I was her age, she was then 5, there was no TV, no computers. Yeah. She looks up at me and says, "Oh, so you only had iPads." and the point I'm making is that going to your very, very important comment on crypto filling gaps is that if we don't come up with sound institutional frameworks and regulatory frameworks, then we do risk vacuum to be filled by unreliable, I mean, people call, for some reason, the world decided that crypto is money. Well, when it is issued by private issuers backed by assets, it is a kind of a high investment opportunity, and it can function in a sense of complementing money. When it is not backed by assets, even if it is called coin, it's not money, it is a speculative investment. But it can trick people. And we know that if we don't play our role, governments, central banks, international financial institutions, we are creating that vacuum and risks to our people, to our citizens. Absolutely. So get the job done.
That is the risk. Round of applause for the MD. Governor Jari, before we say goodbye, closing statement from you, sir.
Simplement, je ne voudrais pas laisser l'impression de pessimisme, surtout pour un pays hôte et surtout pour les routes sur Marrakech. Je pense qu'il y a peut-être 3 étages. L'étage qui est national, je pense que c'est le groupe de réflexion parce qu'il y a une spécificité à tout un chacun. L'étage régional, je pense que Bouna a été un système de paiement sur lequel on a travaillé, qui a été très dur et qui, à un moment donné, on ne croyait pas qu'il allait aboutir, et qui finit d'aboutir et qui commence à avoir de bons résultats. Il y a la réflexion au niveau de la BRA. en ce qui concerne l'Afrique et le système de paiement africain. Il faut les réussir, bien sûr, mais il y a surtout aussi, vous, madame, avec la BRI, avec la Banque mondiale, eh bien, l'étage supérieur, qui est l'étage de la coopération internationale. Ben, tout ça doit fonctionner de façon harmonieuse. Évidemment, ce n'est pas facile, mais il faut qu'on ait en tête cela. Et la coopération est là qui peut énormément aider. Quand j'ai dit le groupe de travail, nous le faisons avec l'assistance Fonds et Banque mondiale. Nous faisons partie des comités BRI sur le hub d'innovation, sur les groupes de travail. Et surtout, nous avons les relations directes avec les banques centrales. Nous avons été en relation avec la Banque du Canada, de l'Angleterre, de l'Autriche, de la France. Et là, c'est quelque chose d'extraordinaire. C'est ce que j'appelle la communauté d'admiration mutuelle que sont les banques centrales. Ben, tout ça aide pour qu'on puisse peut-être pas dans le court terme, mais étape par étape, bien, arriver à la construction de ce qui est un changement énorme. Ce qui est bien, c'est que les nouvelles générations qui viennent ben, sont terriblement connectées. Alors j'espère que ça va aider à faciliter les solutions, parce que c'est eux qui seront les utilisateurs de cette monnaie sur laquelle nous allons devoir travailler. Donc restons optimistes.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to our fantastic panel. MD, thank you. Governor Jackery, Governor Brew, and of course, Abdul Rahman. Thank you so much. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for my fantastic panel. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I will see you all in Marrakesh in October. Very excited about that. Thank you. Thank you.
Après cette session très passionnante et de très haut niveau, on a presque envie de poursuivre les débats et les discussions et d'enchaîner avec le deuxième panel. Mais avant tout, avant ça, donc, nous vous invitons à une petite pause café et on reprend à 10h45. Merci beaucoup. Merci à tout le monde. Rebonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Nous reprenons. Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons reprendre nos travaux avec la deuxième session qui va porter sur les monnaies numériques de banque centrale, objectifs, conception et impact. Cette session sera animée par M. Martin Chirac. Martin est responsable du service macrofinancier dans le département de la stratégie, des politiques et de l'évaluation au Fonds monétaire international. Je vous prie de l'accueillir chaleureusement, ainsi que les éminents panélistes qui vont l'accompagner dans cette session. Merci.
Thank you for the introduction. So it's my great pleasure to join my fellow panelists in the second panel on Central Bank Digital Currencies, Objectives, Design and Impact. So I'm joined here by the Governor Marwan Al-Abbasi from Central Bank of Tunisia. I'm going to invite our fellow Governor Harvesh Kumar Sigwam from Bank of Mauritius. And we also have First Deputy Governor from Bank of Ghana, Maxwell Okuku Afari. And last but not least, Deputy Governor Kingsley Obiora from Central Bank of Nigeria. Please join me on stage. All right, so we've heard in the first session about the overall vision and the ambition of CBDCs, and also about so some hesitancy and the need to think twice or 3 times or 1,000 times about CBDCs. So in that spirit, we invited 4 distinguished speakers from 4 different corners of the region that represent not only different levels of financial sector development, but also different stages of the CBDC rumination and preparation. And so we have a sort of a better sense of what the different pressure points and issues are. So maybe we can start in this sequence. So Governor Sigwam, you've done quite a bit of thinking about objectives, and maybe we'll start with the first part of the title of the session, which is objectives. If you can tell us how have you approached thinking about how the CBDC fits into your overall policy objectives as a central bank? What were the pros and cons, and how has that advice from regional or global bodies help you in thinking through that?
Thank you, Martin, for the question. At the very outset, let me take this opportunity to thank, à remercier vraiment le gouverneur Jouari pour cette invitation. Et I must say that this conference this policy dialogue comes at a very, very important time, huh? When I think not only globally, but very actively across the African continent, many central banks are at various different stages of their CBDC journeys. Some of us are a bit more, have progressed a bit more in this journey, while others are at the start, a few are towards the end of that journey. But to come back to your question, I mean, with the risk of not repeating what has already been said in the panel that we just heard before, I think I would want to take a few steps back, and I want to bring you to 2020. When is the year 2020 when most central banks started contemplating about embarking on their CBDC's journey. And we need to really understand what pushed all of us to start embarking on that journey. I think this is where we have to clearly identify our objectives. And one thing that is very, very instrumental is to understand and not to make the mistake about trying to believe that there is a common objective that each central bank is pushing for when it comes to their respective CBDCs. I think each of us here have different countries in which we're living. Our problematics are different for each country, and what we are trying to do is to bring about solutions which can help us address the problematics that we are facing in our individual countries. And therefore, the objectives will have to tally with the problematics that we're trying to resolve. But broadly speaking, back in 2020, what was happening? We were at a point in time where private cryptos, I don't like to use the word currency with private cryptos because my position is very firm on that one. They can be treated as asset classes, but they are by no means legal tenders, and therefore currency cannot be mixed with the word crypto. There was an emergence of many private cryptos, and I think this is where we as a community, as central banks, we started thinking about the sovereignty of monetary systems. We had to certainly start reflecting about something, and this is where I think we managed to pass on the message very rightly at the right time to our respective population that central banks will be embarking on CBDCs also in view of ensuring that we do not lose monetary sovereignty. Then many countries also have the objective clearly spelled out of trying to address the issue of financial inclusion with CBDCs. Again, this is a problematic that differs from country to country. Many countries do not have that as an issue. For me, fundamentally, CBDCs have come as a game changer in view of really further enhancing our offering in the payment landscape. And this is an area which is driving a lot of thinking across many central banks around the world. We all have invested extensively in improving payment landscapes in our respective countries over the years. And through CBDCs, I think we have the opportunity of further improving that payment landscape by providing a solution to our population that they can use and they can actually very quickly adapt to. We also have, in many cases, some central banks which have been looking at addressing the issue of compliance to the rollout of CBDCs, addressing the issue of KYC, addressing the issue of money laundering and terrorism financing through CBDC rollouts. But to come back now, you would see that the objectives can differ from country to country, and we should not make the mistake. This is what I always say: we should not make the mistake of trying to identify one common objective that will try to resolve that will be resolved through CBDCs. It's actually a blend of various objectives. In the specific case of Mauritius, being an island state, basically, we embarked on that journey again back in 2020. In light of what was happening, in light of the pandemic, there was a growing need for digital payments to progress, and we decided, yes, we'll go full-fledged. We'll go full-fledged on this journey. So what we decided to do was to adopt a very prudent and a very cautious approach to this project that we had, and I say cautious and prudent because we did not want to make the mistake of confusing our role as central banks and just trying to come in just for the sake of coming in, because many were coming in. So we worked extensively with the IMF, and I must put on record the extensive support we've been having, from the IMF team. They provided us with a TA in that respect, and we identified our objectives clearly, and we also proceeded on feasibility studies that allowed us to further work on our journey going forward. So I think just to come back, basically, what we need to do as central banks is to clearly get our fundamentals right in our journey, respective journey of CBDCs, because if we do not get these fundamentals right, we will not be able to get it, get our objective clearly attained. And to finish off on this, basically, we are now also talking in Mauritius. We are working on implementing our pilot, I say clearly, our pilot in November this year. And then in phase 2, we'll be working on interoperability with other countries in terms of coming out with solutions for cross-border, building on the infrastructure support that we already have in place in the country. For example, again, in Mauritius, we are the host and we are the settlement bank for the COMESA payment and settlement systems, which is a grouping of countries. We're grouping around 19 countries in Eastern and Southern Africa. And we're trying to further improve that value proposition and bring in more solutions for cross-border payment, increasing efficiency, diminishing cost, and going in that direction. But again, we'll come back to these topics, I think, later at a later point in time. But let me stop here, and then we can take up the discussion.
Well, thanks a lot, Governor Seglon, and thanks for the shout-out for the IMF technical assistance. Turning to Governor Abbasi, critics often say that the central bank digital currencies are a solution in the search of a problem. From your perspective, how to think about the objectives of the CBDCs and where are you on this journey of finding the objectives?
Merci. Je vais parler en français. Donc, parler de Central Bank Digital Currency. C'est relativement technique pour nous. Donc, ajouter à cela des difficultés de parler en anglais, donc je vais parler en français. Donc, comme ça, on n'aura pas de difficultés en même temps. Et tout d'abord, je tiens à remercier mon frère. Je ne vais pas dire mon grand frère, mon frère, si Jawahri et toute son équipe pour toujours la qualité de l'accueil. Et je voulais aussi remercier nos amis du Fonds monétaire pour avoir choisi encore une autre fois de discuter de cette question éminemment importante et qui, au fait, est en train de nous, je dirais, de nous acculer. Parce que je me rappelle, il y a 3 ans ou 4 ans, on était à la Bank of International Settlement. Et je me rappelle, je venais d'accéder au poste de gouverneur et on avait des discussions sur les cryptocurrencies, sur les CBDC, etc. Et je me rappelle à l'époque, c'était en 2018-2019, on commençait à dire ça arrive, mais comment on va gérer? Et je ne croyais pas que ça allait être aussi important l'année d'après, donc les choses ont changé. Et puis aujourd'hui, on commence à essayer d'aller beaucoup plus vite que peut-être ce qu'on est capable aussi de faire. Parce qu'il faut comprendre, et je crois que la stratégie du chameau est une stratégie que tout le monde devrait adopter, parce qu'il y a quand même des sables mouvants. Donc il faut faire très très attention. Donc je ne veux pas être dans le pessimisme, au contraire, parce que quand je vois un peu ce qu'on a fait au niveau de la Banque centrale de Tunisie, tout d'abord on a essayé de comprendre, parce que vous savez, nos banques centrales sont des banques aussi qui sont... nous, quand on traduit le mot « muhafid » en arabe, ça veut dire c'est quelqu'un de conservateur. De fait, la traduction directe, c'est quelqu'un de conservateur. Et les banques centrales sont aussi donc pas très faciles à faire changer rapidement. Donc, je crois que depuis que je suis arrivé à la Banque centrale, on a lancé déjà un certain nombre de choses. Je me rappelle, on a fait l'African Blockchain Summit et puis on l'a fait à la Banque centrale. Donc, on a commencé à comprendre comment fonctionnent un peu ces questions de blockchain. Je crois qu'on a fait des hackathons, etc. à la Banque centrale. Donc, c'était quelque chose d'intéressant. Ça nous a permis de voir qu'il y a une petite faune autour de nous qui était déjà dans la crypto, qui était déjà dans tout ce qui est numérique, et qu'ils étaient autour de nous, même au niveau de notre écosystème. On a créé la sandbox réglementaire en 2021, et on a eu 4 projets importants. Le premier projet, c'était la CBDC. Donc, on a eu des jeunes fintech qui est arrivé, qui essaie un peu de voir des expérimentations à la Banque centrale, comment on allait le faire. Et je crois qu'on a avancé relativement bien. On a travaillé aussi sur le cross-border payment. Et on a été capable, avec une fintech tunisienne, de faire le premier envoi de 50 € digital avec la Banque de France. Donc, c'était quand même relativement important. On a fait un travail sur ce qu'on appelle le EKYC. Et l'équipe qui a travaillé sur le KYC, c'est elle aujourd'hui qui est en train de doter Tijari Bank. Donc, pourquoi l'intégration est là? Et ça a été fait à la Banque centrale. Et c'est des jeunes qui sont arrivés de Harvard. Ils ont intégré la Banque centrale et avec lesquels on a pu fonctionner. Donc, c'était une vraie réussite. Et je trouve que ça, c'était très, très intéressant. Et la quatrième, c'était sur le crowdfunding. Déjà, ces 4, je dirais, pilotes qu'on a fait à la Banque centrale nous ont permis d'approcher l'écosystème. Et bien sûr, on a été impliqué avec le Fonds monétaire arabe, avec le Fonds monétaire international, avec la Bank of International, etc. On est un peu dans leur Innovation Hub, on est pour pouvoir comprendre comment les choses évoluent, etc. Donc je pense aujourd'hui qu'il y a un travail important qui doit être fait, mais à mon sens, le plus compliqué aujourd'hui, c'est que quand on parle, par exemple, tout à l'heure, on parlait de remittances, etc., on disait les banques, et après, il y a donc la monnaie numérique qui pourrait venir aider à l'inclusion financière, etc. Au fait, nos concurrents directs, c'est des gens qui sont extrêmement forts. C'est au fait le secteur informel financier. Le secteur informel financier, je me rappelle une fois, j'étais à Tripoli et j'avais un ami marocain, un expert que j'ai recruté et qui devait venir travailler avec moi en Libye. Je travaillais à la Banque mondiale à l'époque. Et je lui dis, voilà, je vais vous avancer de l'argent libyen pour que tu puisses commencer à fonctionner. Il m'a dit, non, je n'ai pas besoin. Je dis, comment tu as fait? Je suis allé voir un commerçant au Maroc qui m'a donné le nom d'un commerçant à Tripoli. Il lui a déjà donné l'argent, donc je vais avoir tout l'argent libyen. Et ça s'est fait de manière instantanée. Je crois que les coûts étaient extrêmement faibles. De fait, jusqu'à aujourd'hui, ce qu'on appelle la compensation, c'est ce qui fonctionne le plus. Après, vous avez, bien sûr, vous avez les MoneyGram, vous avez les autres, etc. Mais aujourd'hui, essayer de contrecarrer tout cela n'est pas toujours aussi simple et aussi facile. Et il faut se lever tôt le matin et se dire, voilà, on va mettre aujourd'hui, on sait que Bounet va nous aider beaucoup. J'étais à Abu Dhabi il y a 10 jours, et le directeur général de Bounet nous disait, moi, quand je veux envoyer de l'argent en Tunisie, je dois passer par une banque en Europe, etc. Et ça arrive après 15-20 jours. Et alors que Bounet est déjà fonctionnel. Ça veut dire que les banques, déjà sur place, qui sont aux Émirats, en Arabie Saoudite, etc., peut-être qu'ils n'ont pas intégré au fait cette innovation majeure qu'on est en train de mettre en place. Même si on le fait, et on prend du temps pour le faire, et de l'argent, ça coûte quand même beaucoup d'argent, et avoir les technologies, le travail après pour pouvoir que ça fonctionne, pour que cette innovation puisse être véritablement fonctionnelle, ça prend du temps. Donc, il faut compter ce temps-là et puis le mettre dans notre logique, je pense, de fonctionnement. Ce qui est intéressant, je pense, et je vais peut-être terminer pour cette première question, ce que je pense important aujourd'hui, c'est que la CBDC doit être premièrement pour nous, ou véritablement un des objectifs majeurs de nos économies, c'est l'inclusion financière. Et je reprends toujours l'exemple de la Tunisie de 2010. Quand vous regardez les chiffres de la Tunisie de 2010, pratiquement, moi, on fait des analyses en macro-prudentiel, tout était au vert. Un déficit budgétaire de moins de 2%, un déficit courant de moins de 2%, une inflation qui n'était pas 3%, une dette de 37% sur le PIB, ce que vous voulez. Toutes les informations étaient extraordinairement intéressantes. Et au fait, on a remarqué qu'il y avait un problème d'inclusion. Au fait, qu'il y a de la croissance, mais la croissance n'a pas été inclusive. Et tous les pays aujourd'hui doivent comprendre que s'il n'y a pas cette inclusion au niveau de leur croissance, eh bien, ils vont avoir des problèmes extraordinairement importants. Donc, l'inclusion financière, c'est un objectif majeur de la Banque centrale, et on travaille aujourd'hui sur la loi sur l'inclusion financière, où la Banque centrale est extrêmement impliquée. Le digital paiement et la digitalisation doit être je pense, des efforts importants doivent être faits à ce niveau-là. Mais vous ne pouvez pas aller au CBDC. Bon, il faut comprendre comment ça fonctionne pour pouvoir contrecarrer le plus tôt, parce qu'il existe déjà, mais en même temps, il faut être capable aussi d'avoir une plateforme. Donc, nous, on a changé notre RTGS, elle est en dinars, en dollars maintenant. On a mis 3 ans pour pouvoir la mettre en place. On travaille sur les établissements de paiement, on travaille sur la loi, sur tout ce qui est... donc, les circulaires qui ont fait qu'on mette les règles du jeu. Et bien sûr, en même temps, on travaille sur le CBDC, on fait des expérimentations, on essaie de comprendre comment ça fonctionne. On a la chance d'avoir en Tunisie un écosystème de fintech et surtout de start-up qui est extraordinairement développé. On a un taux de pénétration de l'Internet de téléphones mobiles de près de 130%. Et on l'a vécu quand on avait la crise Covid. On a pu donner à 1 million de personnes en même pas 15 jours. Donc, on a donné à travers les portefeuilles électroniques. Et ça s'est fait pratiquement 2 semaines, 3 semaines. Pourquoi? Parce que c'était Covid et parce qu'on avait les technologies qui étaient capables donc de pouvoir fonctionner. Je crois qu'on a un écosystème aujourd'hui qui est capable de le faire, mais en même temps, il faut qu'on soit capable aujourd'hui de comprendre comment on peut faire vite dans un environnement qui peut aussi être compliqué à accepter les innovations financières et les changements. Je vous remercie.
Thanks a lot, Governor El-Abbasi. Very inspirational. Now, Maxwell, turning to you and the case of Ghana, which of these points resonate with you, are similar, and what may be different in the case of Ghana as a country and a different part of the same region?
Thank you very much, and let me join the other panelists to thank the organizers for this conference. Very important and topical issues to be discussed here. Let me quickly move to the case of Ghana. I think, as you know, Ghana already implemented a pilot of CBDC, and we've concluded a pilot. But we were motivated by the fact that in 2014, financial inclusion as measured by the Findex was around 42%, and it moved to 58% in 2017. And as we speak, it's around 68%. Our objective is to get to 90%. And this is to help drive financial inclusion. So our main objective was to drive financial inclusion, enhance competition in the payment system, and also to try to ensure that the payment system, the transaction costs are very low. We were able to make this significant progress in financial inclusion through mobile money penetration. In Ghana, the population is 30 million. We have 33 million registered mobile money with about 22 million active. So that's what has helped Ghana to be able to drive financial inclusion. But we saw CBDC as the next step to be able to even move financial inclusion further. And we were looking at it, or we looked at it before we rolled out the pilot, to use the design of the CBDC to drive financial inclusion. And the design was specifically focused on having 2 types of CBDC, one that can operate online and one that can operate offline. So that's what influenced our pilot program. And I can tell you that results from the pilot was very successful, especially with the offline component. We went to the remotest part. This is where mobile money could not go, because mobile money will constantly depend on online connectivity, and internet connectivity in Ghana wasn't that great. So we thought of using CBDC and the offline component of the design of CBDC to drive financial inclusion. And the results of the offline pilot was very great. We were able to have customers offline to have about 100 transactions before they're able to connect back online. And those transactions have final settlement offline. And so that allowed those in the remotest part of the country to be able to have transactions for about a month before they move to the urban centers where they're able to have connectivity to reset. And this helps to be able to promote a lot of opportunities for these people to participate in the delivery of financial assets. So in the design of the CBDC, we were influenced by 4 key pillars. One is the governance structure of the CBDC, the role of the central bank, because in the pilot, what we learned was the fact that if it is backed by the central bank and issued by the central bank, then the acceptability was very high. Anything that was not coming from the central bank was not going to be generally accepted because of other digital assets that were in the system and the reliability of those assets. So the governance framework was very important. The second one was inclusiveness. And that's what drove the online and the offline component of the CBDC, to the extent that if we're going to have a CBDC rolled out, then it must be inclusive to reduce financial exclusion. And then the third one was interoperability. Ghana has interoperability between mobile money wallets and bank accounts. So between telcos, they are interoperable, but also between the mobile money wallets and the bank account, we have interoperability. So the existing infrastructure that connects the fintechs to the banks are already existing. We have a common platform and a common switch set up by the central bank as a separate independent entity, which brings all this together to enhance that interoperability. So we were going to drive, our pilot CBDC was being driven on this existing architecture. And the last part, which is the fourth point, that drove our CBDC design was the infrastructure. So it's governance, interoperability, inclusiveness, and infrastructure. And infrastructure is what I've already described in terms of the architecture that already existed. And we want to make sure that security features are very key, and also to ensure that it's resilient, to be able to ensure that we're able to deliver the objectives that we're able to do that. And we also saw CBDC as helping us to be able to reduce the transaction cost, because at the moment, we were driving inclusiveness by using mobile money. And mobile money are electronic receipts of money. And there are transaction costs involved in that. So one of the things we have to think about is whether the rollout of CBDC should have a transaction cost on it, or should be treated as a public good like cash, whereby you get cash and you don't have to pay anything on it to be able to use the cash. So it's an important design feature if you want to drive inclusiveness, to think about whether the CBDC should have transaction costs on it. That will help you to be able to reduce significantly the transaction costs in the payment system architecture. And also to ensure that we're able to reach out to the wider segment of the population. So these were the things that we took in place. And we took a decision. There are so many models out there, but we took a decision to go to the token-based model, where we will then distribute the CBDC to the commercial banks, and the commercial banks will then distribute it to the customers, so that we do not have account base which is based at the central bank. And that, during the pilot, we also learned that was very useful and fitted the already existing cash distribution architecture that we have used in the Bank of Ghana for a long time. And the results of the pilot was very encouraging, and we were at the point of actually moving to roll out CBDC after the pilot more broadly, universally. But Ghana then had significant economic challenges. We recently had a program approved by the IMF on May 17th, and we thought that it's about time to hold on the rollout of the CBDC, reset the economic fundamentals, and when that is done, then we come back to think about the universal rollout of CBDC. So just to frame the discussion, this is what we have done in Ghana, and these are the results that we've seen from the pilot that we rolled out. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Turning to the case of Nigeria, so I mentioned we have different country cases. You have actually gone ahead and launched a CBDC. So from your perspective, if you can take us back, and what was your thinking and on objectives, pros and cons before making that step, and how you look at it, back at it now? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Martin. And let me join my colleagues to thank the organizers for this very important gathering. I think in our own case, as a lot of people have said, we started first to look at global trends, where we found that payment in cash was declining significantly. A UK-based firm found that in 2021, payments by mobile wallets exceeded payments by cash for the first time ever. And alongside this revolution in payments was also an explosion in electronic or online-based businesses. We see Amazon in Nigeria, we see Wakana, Jumia, all of these big electronic-based companies. And Nigeria already has one of the best developed payment systems. I think we're number 6 in the world when it comes to real-time settlements. And obviously, as the governor from Mauritius, Segulam, mentioned, we saw some uptake of crypto usage. I also don't call it currency because they really don't qualify with the trade characteristics, means of payment, unit of account, and we saw that Nigeria already was ranking number 2 in crypto usage. Obviously, we believe as a central bank that we need to have some oversight when people are within our network. So we felt that it was time to look critically at providing the public with something that resembles crypto in terms of settlement of payments, the cost and things like that, but is backed fully by the central bank. As a lot of people have said, we also had this whole idea of financial inclusion, of pulling people out from the informal sector, raising taxes. Obviously, if you come into the formal sector and you are, the government is able to see your transactions, then that's a means of collecting more taxes. But alongside that is also the fact that a CBDC can help the government with distributing welfare payments. We saw during COVID that countries like the US that already had a big database of citizens using social security data could just send out checks directly. So a CBDC can help do that too, where the government just distributes benefits. We also were looking at remittances. Nigeria is already, I think, third in the world after India and Pakistan in remittance receipts. And we felt that this could also be a way to help boost remittances. Finally was cross-border trade. As you know, within the West African sub-region, we account for about almost 60% of the economic size of the region. And Nigerians are obviously in most of these countries trading. So all of this made us to start looking at, CBDC as a way of enhancing all these objectives. And what we did was to really look at the frameworks that are available for thinking through a CBDC. There is a BIS paper that looks at the 4 cornerstones of CBDC, whether it's the regulatory framework, you look at the market structure, you look at your technology choices, and then the governance. We looked at the IMF paper, I think it was called the Money Flower Framework, that really looks at the attributes and characteristics of money and asks the question, where does a CBDC fit into these attributes? We looked at a paper from the World Economic Forum that gave some kind of a policymaker toolkit for thinking through a CBDC. Once we had looked at all this, we found that there was a need for us to go ahead. Unlike Ghana, we didn't do a pilot because we were sure that we could roll it out nationally. And in October of 2021, we did go ahead to roll out our CBDC. Obviously, in terms of financial inclusion, at the time we were at 64%. Our goal was to get to 80 or 90%. And so far, we've onboarded almost 30 million Nigerians on our e-Naira platform. We call it e-Naira. And that has taken us, in terms of financial inclusion, to close to 90%. And in fact, when you look at it, I think one of the things that I wanted to mention here, because I've heard a lot of people talk about financial inclusion, but we must realize that financial inclusion should not be an ultimate goal. It's an intermediate goal. Once people have been financially included, that does not equate to economic empowerment. You have to now train the people on how to, use financial services to save, to invest, and to contribute to the economy. So that's the phase that we're going through now, to move from just financial inclusion as a goal to helping them come into the sphere of economic contribution. So far, we've learned quite a few lessons. I mean, for us, we have done it. It's almost 2 years now. So we have seen that the risk of financial disintermediation is real. So in thinking about CBDCs, it's important to understand what the bank's fears are and to, accommodate it. In our case, what we did to accommodate it is that we use an account-based system where the account for your e-Naira is also based within your bank. So when you move money from the regular account to your e-Naira, it still counts as a deposit for the bank. So they're not worried that money is moving out. And what we did too was to look at a tiered system. Because when you're looking at financial inclusion, you have to remember that these are people who might be literate financially at least, or do not have networks. So we did do the both offline and online systems. We know too that when you issue a CBDC, unlike paper currency where you just go to your mint and print, for CBDCs, the collaboration has to be wider. In Nigeria, for example, there is a Ministry of Digital Economy, there is the telcos that we don't control, so you have to really engage everybody, quickly identify your winners and losers, and be sure that you identify what is in it for everyone. So those are some of the lessons that we've learned so far, and we're moving ahead and hoping that we'll continue to meet our objectives as time goes by. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. It was interesting listening to the four panelists. You all mentioned financial inclusion, empowerment, cross-border payments. There was almost no reference to monetary policy and central bank objectives. So it was one of the questions in my mind, to what extent that objective has been factored into your considerations. And I'm sure the audience will have other questions. We'll go gather a few more. But I want to move us to the next part, which is about design. And I've asked everybody to bear with us. It sounds very nitty-gritty, but I think we agree it's quite important. I think you pointed out some issues around design, tokens, account-based. Starting again with you, Governor Siwan, what aspect of CBDC design do you think is the most fundamental to achieving the objectives that you set out? And maybe you can also mention the monetary policy angle if you want.
Martin, there are, I think, a couple of very key elements that we must not overlook when we're thinking about the designing process of CBDCs. Those key elements would be, for example, trust and confidence among all stakeholders involved in the use, potentially, of a CBDC. Because if you do not have the trust and confidence, it will be difficult, basically, to have an acceptance of the CBDC altogether. And this is a very critical element. I hear talk about onboarding the trust and confidence of all participants across the ecosystem, be it businesses, be it individuals, be it even going beyond just our own borders, because in many cases we're talking about not only retail, we're talking about wholesale and cross-border CBDCs. And this is what brings the debate again to the digital divide, what was mentioned by Governor Jouari again earlier in the earlier panel. If we do not get trust and confidence and compliance all together, it will be difficult for us to be able to progress. Then we need to have, when we're talking about the design, we need to have at least some broad parameters that we are all respecting as central banks around the world. And this is where I wouldn't call it a complete standardization, but at least the respect of key parameters, so that when we come to the point when we want to go cross-border, we have the trust in each other's design system. Certainly, for individuals to accept it and corporates to accept it, the design process must be spelled out in such a way that there are clear, identifiable benefits to the end users. Because if there is no benefit, I mean, the question mark remains unanswered. And then certainly that will lead to adoption rates also. Now, keeping these elements at the back of let's say, this design process, I think there are many critical questions that we need to ponder on and analyze before we decide on the actual design of that CBDC architecture that we want to roll out. One of the fundamental questions you rightly pointed out is what happens about monetary policy? This is a question that I think we have all asked ourselves as within the central banking community, and we've been asking that over the last couple of years. We have, if you would see, in most cases of of central banks pilots or thinking processes, we have decided to a large extent that our CBDCs would not be interest-bearing. And there's a clear-cut thinking in this process. It would not be a clear-cut, it would not be interest-bearing per se. Why? Because we're here talking about a system that is not coming to replace the fiat currency. We're not talking about getting rid of a traditional system or conventional system. We're talking about having a solution that is coming to complement the existing system. And it is that complementarity role in which our users must find their benefits. If not, it serves no purpose, because I'm a firm believer that CBDCs, at least in the foreseeable future, would not be able to replace our traditional system, and it should not replace our traditional system also. I think we're talking about again, this brings it back to the objectives. We're talking about making things easier for end users, but they're not going to be replacing our traditional system. That's very important. And in Mauritius, what we did basically was to embark on a feasibility study with all stakeholders in actually trying to understand what that design and what that architecture needs to look at. And we got a feasibility report, out of which we then decided that, for example, it would not be interest-bearing. We decided that we would adopt an offline mode of the CBDC also. It makes it much easier for end users. We decided also on a number of other parameters that has to do, I would say, to quite an extent with privacy, because one big question today that many users are asking is what happens to privacy? You know, I mean, you're talking about people spending money. You're talking about you know, a convenience that the fiat currency gives that not necessarily CBDCs will give. So privacy remains a very important fundamental question here. And that design system, that the architecture must be able to provide a very solid answer and confidence to the users. And this is where, I think, in the designing process, it's important to adopt smart IDs. Important to adopt basically a system where you can provide that level of confidence into it. Another very important element that we need to look at while designing our CBDC architectures is the programmability of the CBDCs. I think, again, we're not, as I say, we're not here to replace our fiat system. We're not here to replace our conventional system. What we want to do is to give ease of use. And ease of use would mean that CBDCs, especially in the case of retail CBDCs, as we're doing in Mauritius, those CBDCs have to be programmable. You're not allowing CBDCs to do anything and everything. You have to be designed in such a way that they can be used for specific kind of payments, basically. And then certainly it has to be interoperable and scalable also. And a last point that needs to be covered when we're talking about designing the architecture of CBDCs is certainly the entire transparency system. Look, one of the objectives, as I mentioned earlier, was to try and help us as central bankers to close the gaps when it comes to AML-CFT. And through CBDCs, I think it would help us better to do KYCs better. And therefore, that has to be into the loop also. Therefore, when you talk about designing, it is not an easy task. And this is where I think we need to be very cautious in our approach again. As I was saying it earlier, we have to be prudent, we have to be cautious, not to rush into it, but to do it in such a way that gives confidence to everyone and does not pose a question mark or a major risk to us as central bankers in whatever we want to achieve. Thank you.
A very important point there. The central bank takes on quite a potentially important reputational risk, including on AML-CFT. Over to you, Governor. Anything from Tunisia perspective on the design, maybe zooming on one or two issues, find most material.
Je pense que tout ce qui a été dit, je suis fondamentalement d'accord avec ce qu'a dit mon collègue de la Banque centrale des îles Maurice. Je reprends, en tout cas pour nous, c'est ce qui on va créer une Central Bank Digital Currency, une nouvelle monnaie numérique des banques centrales. Parce qu'au fait, on sait pertinemment qu'il y a une digitalisation de l'économie qui est en train d'être faite et on ne peut pas contrecarrer cette digitalisation. Aujourd'hui, quand vous avez des jeunes qui ne vous attendent pas, vous leur dites, voilà, vous avez un code d'échange, parce que vous avez besoin de garder une partie de vos réserves en devises, etc. chez vous, ils viennent vous voir et vous disent, on est en train d'utiliser Google Pay, on est en train d'utiliser je ne sais pas quoi, donc, et en train d'utiliser aussi des cryptos, etc. Donc, vous ne pouvez pas échapper à cette, je dirais, pression qui est actuellement en train d'être faite. Au même moment, vous avez une économie qui n'est pas fondamentalement bancarisée aujourd'hui, un peu comme les indications, enfin les indicateurs qui ont été développés tout à l'heure par Bank Al-Maghrib, c'est pratiquement on est à 50% donc de gens qui ont accès au compte. C'est vrai qu'on développe les établissements de paiement, mais il faut du temps pour que les gens s'adaptent. Donc la question de l'inclusion financière est fondamentale et je pense que ça pourrait être un outil qui pourrait être développé, mais sous certaines conditions. Nous, on est une économie de cash et ça a été exacerbé suite à la crise Covid. Et aujourd'hui, on arrive à des niveaux de cash qui sont extrêmement élevés et extrêmement difficile de les baisser. Donc cette logique de décaching de l'économie est importante. Éventuellement, ce genre de nouveaux outils pourraient éventuellement réduire les activités illégales, consacrer plus de transparence, freiner peut-être l'évasion fiscale, permettre la monnaie programmable, si on veut dire ça. On peut aussi, comme je l'ai dit, peut-être barrer la route à la crypto-monnaie nuisible. Ce qu'on sait aujourd'hui, moi j'ai deux casquettes, j'ai une casquette de gouverneur de banque centrale, mais j'ai aussi une autre casquette donc de président de la commission tunisienne des analyses financières. Et les enquêtes qui arrivent et qu'on est en train de voir aujourd'hui sur la détention des cryptos chez nous ou ailleurs ou dans la région sont quand même relativement importantes et on ne sait pas qui détient, qu'est-ce qu'on fait avec, est-ce que c'est à des buts légaux, illégaux, etc. Donc, c'est important de peut-être promouvoir cette monnaie numérique qui pourrait être aussi une possibilité pour contrer cette crypto-monnaie qui pourrait être nuisible à l'économie. Bien sûr, promouvoir les transferts transfrontaliers, on l'a dit plusieurs fois. Donc, la question, c'est que no one size fits all. Donc, vous ne pouvez pas avoir une monnaie qui est capable, donc... Et puis, cette décision de créer cette monnaie numérique est une décision souveraine aussi qui doit être discutée. Pas seulement la Banque centrale qui va le faire, il faut que ça soit discuté. Puis, est-ce qu'on est arrivé à un niveau où, comme vous l'avez dit, le ministre de Digital Economy, est-ce qu'il a travaillé, par exemple, sur le ID number correctement? Est-ce qu'on a une carte d'identité biométrique, etc. Ça, c'est des questions qui sont importantes. Si vous ne l'avez pas, comment demain vous pouvez faire ce travail que vous devez faire avec cette monnaie numérique? Donc la considération, est-ce que ça va être une banque de détail ou ça va être du détail du gros? Donc ce qui est important, c'est que ça doit être décentralisé et le processus de distribution avec l'intermédiation des prestataires de services de paiement et non bancaires. Donc ça va être cette décision de décentraliser, et puis les technologies le permettent aujourd'hui avec le blockchain, etc. C'est important. Mais il faudrait réfléchir sérieusement à cela. Bien sûr, c'est une question qui se pose souvent sur la question de la stabilité monétaire et financière. Aujourd'hui, les banques centrales ont peur aussi d'avoir une monnaie qui n'arrive pas à contrôler. Et aujourd'hui, moi personnellement, peut-être si vous me dites quel est votre plus gros risque aujourd'hui, c'est peut-être le risque aussi de la cyber security. Aujourd'hui, moi j'ai été attaqué l'année dernière, et c'était une attaque extrêmement forte sur la Banque centrale. Et on avait, heureusement qu'on avait travaillé à un certain moment sur cette question d'attaque cybernétique, mais en même temps, qui nous dit que demain, on peut ne pas avoir des problèmes qui peuvent bloquer quasiment tous les paiements dans le pays. Donc c'est vrai, et là, il y a un travail qui doit être fait, c'est que cette monnaie, quand elle arrive, elle doit être complémentaire aux autres. Elle va peut-être baisser, elle va donner plus de fluidité, plus de rapidité. Donc ça doit être réfléchi de cette façon. Ça ne va pas remplacer, mais elle va aider, elle va compléter. Et ce travail de comment ces monnaies peuvent fonctionner ensemble est fondamentalement lié aux technologies qui peuvent être en place et les politiques. Et quand je dis politique, c'est politique au niveau même de notre travail en tant que pays sur la digitalisation de notre propre économie. Donc, et puis, il y a un travail aussi extrêmement important qui doit être fait. Si on dit que ça doit être fait, on doit travailler beaucoup sur ce que j'appelle donc la question importante de pas seulement l'inclusion financière, mais comment faire en sorte à ce que les gens le comprennent. Donc il y a beaucoup de travail qui doit être fait sur l'éducation financière. Et c'est un travail fondamental. Aujourd'hui, la Banque centrale de Tunisie est en train de faire, on a restructuré l'Observatoire de l'inclusion financière. Aujourd'hui même, on a une équipe qui est partie dans le nord-ouest avec le monde rural, etc., pour travailler avec les femmes rurales et leur montrer comment ils peuvent intégrer un peu ces nouvelles technologies liées au digital, etc. Parce que si ces femmes et ces hommes qui sont dans les régions les plus éloignées du pays ne comprennent pas, comment vous voulez demain qu'ils puissent intégrer, puis par la suite fonctionner, puis par la suite commencer à faire des opérations financières. Donc cette question de l'acceptation elle-même doit être travaillée dès maintenant, pas en attendant à ce que on développe ces outils, puis par la suite on va dire comment on va les intégrer. Je vous donne juste un exemple. Je travaillais l'année dernière sur tout ce qui est interopérabilité. On a travaillé sur un certain nombre de use cases. Par exemple, tout ce qui est électricité, eau, etc. peut être payé par les portefeuilles électroniques. Et moi, je pensais naïvement qu'à partir du moment où le secteur bancaire va être impliqué, on avait une population peut-être de 2 millions et demi de personnes qui peuvent utiliser ces services. Aujourd'hui, donc sur le portefeuille électronique, je crois qu'on est à 200-300 000. Au fait, pourquoi ça n'a pas été fait? Pas fondamentalement, parce que aussi les banques sont aussi dans une situation d'une petite rente de situation. Et donc cette rente de situation, s'il n'y a pas demain de banques digitales qui se développent et d'établissements de paiement qui vont être un peu... et puis une volonté politique aussi de faire en sorte à ce que ces canaux-là doivent être développés, parce que l'inclusion financière, comme je l'ai dit, c'est fondamental. Si on n'est pas dans une croissance inclusive, on va être aussi dans des problèmes très, très difficiles au niveau, je dirais, de la société. Il y aura des crises sociétales importantes. Donc, voilà, on essaie de trouver donc les nouveaux outils, mais en même temps, il faut qu'on ait aussi les préalables. Voilà, je vous remercie.
Thank you, Governor. Maxwell, turning first Governor to Ghana. In your case, have you looked as part of the design issue on this interplay between public and private sector, and to what extent do you think this is a key consideration, in designing a CBDC?
Thank you very much. I think particularly that just to follow on from the statement from the governor of Mauritius, you have to bring all key stakeholders together. And in 2019, the Bank of Ghana, the new Payment Systems and Services Act was passed by Parliament, which gave the central bank the oversight responsibility for fintechs. So we are now the ones licensing and regulating and supervising fintechs. So as I said, from 2007, Ghana decided to have a model that is bank-based. So all payment transactions are bank-based. You have to partner with a bank. So to bring fintechs on board, then they have to be licensed by the central bank and supervised by the central bank. So that's where we had the partnership between the private sector and the public sector. And we formed a big stakeholders committee to help in the design of the CBDC. And to come to the design, whereas I note that there are international standards that have to be met to enhance acceptability across borders, we also have to pay attention to country-specific circumstances in the design of the CBDC. And this is a lesson we learned through the pilot, in the sense that you may have a certain design, but customer experience may not allow that design to be accepted. And so you have to blend the two to ensure that that design of the CBDC is accepted. And also, to move on from that, we had to balance a few things in the design of the pilot that we rolled out. We have to balance the issue of privacy and visibility. We also have to balance the issue of anonymity and traceability, which is a very important balance that you need to strike to be able to bring those in the private sector, those who are trying other digital assets, to have the confidence to move into the use of CBDC. I already mentioned the issue about transaction fees, whether to encourage the public use of CBDC. Do you really need to have transaction fees as part of the design? I also talk about the need for AML CFT considerations. And the governor from Tunisia made an important point about cybersecurity. So we have set up what we call the Financial Industry Command Security Operating System. We have 23 banks in Ghana. All of them have been mandated to set up a security operation centers. And all these security operation centers are linked to the financial industry security operation system at the central bank, where we collect logs and alerts from these banks, and then we use that to be able to assess threats and share threat intelligence to the banks. We launched this last month, so all the banks are connected. We've now rolled out a program to bring all the fintechs on board to be connected. And this is helping us to be able to monitor cyber attacks, to be able to share threat intelligence, and to be able to ensure that one of the key principles of acceptability and trust, which is the fact that of acceptability is trust. And to have that trust, you have to ensure that CBDC can be trusted by those who want to use. And cyber attacks can actually undermine that issue of trust. And if we do not ensure and give confidence to the stakeholders that CBDC, as rolled out, is secured and resilient, then we're not going to have that trust in the use of CBDC. So these are the things that we've put in place to be able to ensure. And we saw the benefits of this type of design in the pilots that we rolled out, and the uptick and the momentum that we had to be able to roll out, launch the actual CBDC until we decided to take a pause. Let me quickly touch on the monetary policy side briefly, and then I'll wrap up. Because I said we had a bank-based model, in terms of the mobile money, and we all saw the transactions through the banking system, unlike other jurisdictions where it was telco-based. So if you come to Ghana, the telcos are not recognized by the central bank as rolling out mobile money. No. All the telcos will have to set up a financial institution or a non-bank financial institution. So MTN will have to set up a mobile money limited company. And it is that mobile money limited company that has been licensed by the central bank to roll out mobile money. And so all of them are then working through the bank-based model with a common platform and a common switch that brings the floats in the system sitting in commercial banks. So in terms of the issue of disintermediation, if you go the route of the bank-based model, that float is still a deposit sitting in a partner bank. And so the issue of disintermediation as a risk to CBDC does not arise in the case if it goes by the bank-based model. In other jurisdictions where it's not bank-based, then you have the issue of where is the flow sitting, where is the money sitting? Is there even a risk of a telco creating money if it's not backed by cash through mobile money? And that is the architecture that we are rolling the CBDC on, to ensure that all these things are in the banking system. We need to then begin to think about the monetary policy implications of that. Are we going to relook at how we assess the stance of monetary policy, the monetary aggregates? Are we going to reflect the CBDC component as part of that? Because if you don't, then information content in monetary aggregates that gives you a sense will be weakened if you are not capturing this significant aspect of payments and money in your assessment of monetary aggregate. So this is where we need to broaden the monetary policy framework to make sure that this type of intermediation is captured in our assessment of monetary policy stance. And there's a lot of engagement between the Bank of Ghana and the IMF on this aspect of the monetary policy implications of CBDC.
Excellent. Thank you for picking up on the monetary policy point. Kingsley, turning to you, of course, we are theorizing about CBDCs, but you went ahead and issued a CBDC. So what are some lessons learned from your experience for design of CBDC?
Thank you very much. I think I'd like to first piggyback on the question of public-private partnership. And for me, it's really simple. The way I see it is that the CBDC partnership is like building a house. So the public sector needs to build a very solid foundation, create the platform, create the rules and the governance around it, mint an issue, but the private sector now decides whether the house is a bungalow or a skyscraper. So they are the ones that will innovate, think about use cases, think about all the things that can be added onto that platform. Of course, the public sector would build the foundation that it needs if it has to be a bungalow or a skyscraper. In terms of design, what we did in Nigeria is obviously we had our objectives. So in terms of financial inclusion objectives, that's the reason that we had a tiered system. That's the reason that we did offline capability and then did languages. So within the eNaira app, there are actually 5 languages. There's English and French, and it's just by a touch of a button, everything changes. And then there's also the 3 major languages in Nigeria. So wherever you are, whoever you are, you can use the app. On remittances, what we have done is that we shared APIs to all the international money transfer operators. So they are able to create wallets by themselves, and using open market exchange rate, they are able to issue eNaira to beneficiaries, very, very simply. The adoption, what we did with, fostering adoption is that within the eNaira app, there is something like a Google Map capability that will show you just where you're standing, every outlet that collects eNaira around you. So it just makes it easy, because obviously it's new currency. We've advertised, talked about it as much, but for the user himself to just stand in a place, press that button, and it shows you everybody that collects eNaira is very useful. We've been talking too about the tension between privacy and anonymity. And what we did is that we see all the wallets. Every wallet we see, we know who has it. We see all the transactions, but obviously we're unable to see what you're paying for. So we can see you went to a drugstore and you paid, say, whatever amount, but we don't know what drugs you bought. So, and I think for us, it's important that we are able to not go down the road of crypto where you're just not seeing much about the transactions. On monetary policy, I think for me, it's really simple. Policy is better when you have larger data and real-time data. And to the extent that a CBDC moves currency in circulation from cash that you don't really see much into a CBDC that you can see the movement, I think that just helps you with monetary policy. In line with what Mauritius is doing, we have kept it as 0 interest bearing, but we still have the capability to raise interest on it if the monetary policy time call for that. I've talked about the lessons that we've learned already, but I think 1 or 2 more that I think is important is that a unique identification is very important when you're talking about a CBDC. In Nigeria, we have what we call the bank verification number that ties all your accounts in all the banks, all the transactions. Once we key in your BVN, we can see everything you're doing. I think that's very important. And then just to keep in mind that the governance framework for a CBDC has to be very strong, because when you're printing currency, it's easier to know how much you printed is paper. It takes a while. But remember that in minting a digital currency is the press of a button. So the process that moves you from, deciding how much you need to mint to actually minting it, storing it, has to be, governed by very secure framework. So those are the lessons I would like to leave us with at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I think one issue that several of you picked up on is this tension between privacy and so this desire of privacy. And in some ways, the CBDCs go in the opposite direction than the cryptos, where the ethos was, kind of decentralized and emphasis on privacy. And you just mentioned, in fact, you want to have some information on the CBDCs. If I just one follow-up, isn't it to some extent, detraction isn't this sort of desire to know about the owners of the CBDC? Doesn't it undermine the pickup of the CBDC?
I don't think it does. I mean, if you even look at the crypto ecosystem, even though they talk about decentralization, you find that as we speak, there's already a centralization. Binance and FTX were already accounting for a huge share of CBDC traded exchanges. You look at the mining, it's like 70 or 80% is done in China alone. So imagine if something were to happen or the Chinese authorities decide to put out a regulation. You can already see that their goal of decentralization is really, for me, a pipe dream. Secondly, you look at people who say that they want a system of, anonymity. But we still know what's going on when you look at the exchange. The exchanges has a lot of information. So for me, I think that the way that cryptos are going, I believe that it doesn't really have intrinsic value. Because if you look at the price of a stock, it reflects the activities and the values of the company. But in CBDC, I don't see exactly what the price reflects, only to say that you're buying it in the hope that somebody else will buy from you at a higher price. I think that only God can create something out of nothing, and at some point, that price will come to zero.
Thank you. And I know that a few of you picked up on the issue of trust, that we need to have a trust in the currency. So we covered objectives, we covered designs, and we touched a little bit on the impact. I think we need to come back, but I want to just open the floor so we have a little bit more interaction with the audience. I think there are mics somewhere in the back, and so I'm looking for hands. People have some two-handers, and so we'll gather a few. Please, let's start over there. And maybe if you can just say your name, introduce yourself briefly. Please.
Merci. Je vais parler en français. Je crois que on est au niveau de la réflexion générale en ce qui concerne l'émission de MNBC. Cela nous interpelle pour voir comment cette émission par les banques centrales, pour répondre à la nécessité de la confiance dont vous avez parlé, implique le respect de trois enjeux. Le premier enjeu, si vous permettez, c'est celui de la souveraineté, qui doit être soit nationale, soit régionale. C'est le cas pour l'Europe ou pour une partie de l'Afrique. Deuxième enjeu, c'est que ça implique la réussite de l'augmentation du niveau d'abstraction au niveau monétaire. L'histoire de la monnaie, depuis toujours, a été une histoire du passage du concret à l'abstraction. C'était le troc, la monnaie métallique, or-argent, puis la monnaie fiduciaire, puis structurale. Et là, on va monter à un niveau élevé, disons, de l'abstraction. Il est important de la réussir. Et le troisième, nécessairement l'émission d'une monnaie, en plus, comme vous l'avez dit, complémentaire, doit tenir compte qu'elle soit fondée sur des contreparties claires. La créance sur l'économie, les créances sur le trésor, les avoirs extérieurs. Alors c'est ça l'enjeu principal, me semble-t-il, qu'on doit essayer de nous permettre de réfléchir sur cette question-là. Voilà.
Thank you. I think there's another hand just behind you. Thank you.
Oui, monsieur, oui, membre du Conseil. Je voulais juste vous dire qu'il faut venir aux fondamentaux. Aujourd'hui, la monnaie se crée moyennant des contreparties. Ces contreparties sont égales, strictes, à la masse monétaire telle qu'il existe. Comment faire pour que l'on puisse avoir un système similaire pour que les contreparties restent toujours absolument égales aux contreparties? Pourquoi? Parce que le cours légal, aujourd'hui, personne ne peut refuser d'être remboursé dans la monnaie du pays. Or, pourquoi? Parce que la monnaie du pays est reconnue de cette manière. Donc, toute la difficulté va consister à ce que l'on puisse vraiment remplacer progressivement à la fois les contreparties de la masse monétaire. Aujourd'hui, au Maroc, si vous prenez le rapport de la Banque centrale, l'égalité est parfaite entre la monnaie et ses contreparties. Demain, il faudrait que je puisse trouver les contreparties égales à ma monnaie. Or, les problèmes monétaires sont strictement respectés à cause de ça. Parce que tout le monde sait que la Banque centrale ne badine pas du tout avec la création monétaire. Or, comment faire pour que quelqu'un, quelque part, va miner pour créer de la monnaie? Ce n'est pas évident. Donc, c'est tout l'art, toute la difficulté résiste à ce point de vue-là. Merci.
Thank you. I can see quite a few hands up, so I think you had a hand up in the back, yeah. And there's you're next.
Oui, bonjour. Je tiens d'abord à remercier tous les gouverneurs qui nous ont expliqué enfin d'une façon claire l'enjeu des monnaies numériques des banques centrales. Je ne reviens pas parce qu'on a bien compris les enjeux, la conception, la politique monétaire. Est-ce que ces monnaies vont se substituer ou compléter? Tout cela est clair. Moi, ma remarque principale, c'est que je constate que les pays africains sont en avance, pour ne pas dire l'Afrique, les Afriques, sont en avance par rapport à ce qui se passe dans les économies avancées. Est-ce qu'on peut tirer des conclusions importantes, intéressantes pour le reste du monde, quoique les données de base ne sont pas les mêmes. Et on a toujours dit que le numérique permet un saut qualitatif à des pays dits en développement. On voit que là, on a déjà le e-dollar, on a le e-dinar, on a, enfin, les exposés ont mis l'accent sur ces monnaies numériques avancées, les plateformes, etc. Est-ce qu'on peut, disons, inverser et dire que ce sont les pays africains qui vont permettre aux autres pays une inspiration? Merci.
Thank you. My question will be in English. Brahim Benjeloun from Bank of Africa. I would like to, I think that this issue has not been dealt with during the panel. How do you envision the impact and on what ground the arbitrage would be operated to see what are the mission that will be devoted to commercial banks comparatively to central banks in terms of this digital currencies? Thank you.
Perfect. I think there's a lot of questions. Okay, one more hand in the back.
Thank you very much. My name is Umayma Bougriba, and I'm an economist at the Policy Center for the New South. My question would be related to financial stability and the impacts of CBDCs on that matter, especially with the rising concerns related to the threats of the issuance of CBDCs on the role of banking intermediation, specifically regarding client relations and and the massive conversion of banking deposit to risk-free CBDCs, specifically in turbulent times. So what would be the new toolbox of monetary and macroprudential policies? Do we have to redesign this toolbox, or the traditional one is sufficient? Thank you.
Okay, then one last question next to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Badr Bilaj. I would like to ask you a question. Recently, we have the Human Rights Foundation that launched a tracker that flag civil rights concerns, and this comes in a time where we have a lot of people that think that CBDCs are tools of censorship and freedom limiting tools. So what would be your answer to these people, and how can you deconstruct this narrative, especially we are in a live broadcast? Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Clearly, this is a topic that generates many questions still to be answered. With that, I'll turn to you, Governor Sigolam. Please feel free to speak to the overall impact and try to answer the question.
Certainly, I'll try to be succinct in my responses and overall comments, and then I'm sure colleagues on the forum will also complement. I think we heard quite a few views already. I must say, first of all, to the gentleman that I think you've summarized it very precisely in terms of what are the key elements that we need to look at. En ce qui concerne la contrepartie, this is where I think it is important that we define the fundamentals right. And this is what I was saying in the very beginning. We cannot risk to have our fundamentals wrong, because this is what will bring about confidence into the system and into the currency as a whole. And in this process, it is important that we get both the legislative and the regulatory processes well in place, because we need to be able to ensure our population and the end users that this is a currency that they can trust and they will be fully be able to exchange. And that brings the debate back to what the MD was saying earlier today also, about having the need now when it comes to, because there are two sides of this story. One is when you are restricted within your own boundaries nationally, and one is when you're trying to go cross-border. And cross-border also, you know, la contrepartie est très important, parce que we'll have to be able to ensure that the money is convertible, you know, and we need that common asset, which I'm sure Tobias will take us through later on today. But we will need to ensure that whatever we are putting as the ecosystem is well defined in the legality of things, and it is protected in such a way that it brings in confidence into our systems. To Neza, from your point about Africa being well in advance in terms of what has been done so far. True it is that you would say that in emerging markets, I think the adoption and the emergence of CBDCs has been much faster. And there's a reason for this. There's a reason because I think financial inclusion has been lower in emerging markets so far. So through CBDCs, we saw an alternative and a solution also to be able to boost basically financial inclusion, and this is what is explaining why emerging markets, and primarily across Africa, adoption has been much quicker. But certainly the risk here is to ensure that people continue to have confidence into the system, and this is where us as central bankers, we have the daunting challenge to ensure that we are proceeding in the right direction. Then certainly, this journey that we've embarked on is a journey where we have to ensure that commercial banks still have a role to play. I think you've done that already in Ghana. We're doing it in Mauritius also. Our pilot is being designed in such a way where commercial banks are fully involved. We should not be heading towards a direction in which we're talking about disintermediation. Not at all. Disintermediation will not help. There are two fundamental things here. You've got disintermediation, which should not happen in this process. Commercial banks must be fully on board. And this is where in Mauritius we are moving for a hybrid model, where we mine the money as the central bank. We do not distribute directly to the participants, but commercial banks still have a role to play. And for me, this is how it needs to be going forward. Then certainly financial stability issues are there. A lot of work is currently being done by the FSB, the BIS also. Next week, I think most of us will be at the BIS for annual meetings, and again, this is on the agenda. We are reflecting on this. Toolkits will have to be adapted and readapted. I think what we saw over the last 3 years, when the pandemic came in, we had to quickly readapt our toolkits already, but now if we're talking about digital money going forward, we will certainly need to beef up our toolkits, be it from a macroprudential perspective, and this is ongoing work, I must say, and we would encourage scholars and academics to share their views also with central banks in this field. Very important. The last question was about again privacy and human rights, and this boils down to a very important question, which is very sensitive one. We're talking about knowing a lot of things, about what people are spending, how they're spending also. Deputy Governor from Nigeria, I think, tried to respond to it earlier on already. But for me, if we do not have the instrument to give the confidence to end users that their information will remain private, it will put a big question mark on adoption, and we cannot afford to have this not well defined. This is where currently, among technologists, a lot of people are talking, and even among economists and central banks, we're all talking about the development of what we term as being the SSIs, the sovereign self-identities. What is a sovereign self-identity? I think it would be a very critical component of the designing process of our CBDCs, because this is what, many of us refer to it as smart IDs also. So through the SSI, we will give the permission, basically, to the end user to share his or her information on a needs-to-know basis with authorities. I think this is a very important element which would further boost confidence into the use of CBDCs, and we will make it much easier for CBDCs to be adopted by the end users. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Sibam. Governor Abbasi, any final parting words on privacy or other issues?
Oui. Je trouve que la discussion est très intéressante. Je crois que moi, je vais peut-être revenir sur une question qui a été posée sur pourquoi nos amis africains sont un peu plus en avance que peut-être les pays maghrébins et les pays de l'Occident, malgré que la Chine est en train d'avancer de manière, je pense, c'est le pays qui est en train d'avancer le plus avec une technologie qui est appropriée et il y a un pilote qui est aux tailles, la taille de la Chine. En fait, j'ai eu beaucoup de discussions avec gouverneurs, notamment du Ghana. Je l'ai vu plusieurs fois. Et on parlait de M-Pesa. Je pense qu'M-Pesa est un vrai success story. Mais elle était conforme aussi à la configuration à la fois géographique, économique du Ghana. Donc, un pays où il y a une ruralité importante, donc les distances sont longues, etc. Et donc, ils ont trouvé un outil qui leur a permis donc de pouvoir gérer cette difficulté de leur inclusion financière. Chez nous, quand vous avez un système bancaire qui est déjà installé depuis plus de 60 ans, je prends l'exemple de la Tunisie, du Maroc, et vous avez pratiquement un réseau d'agences qui est pratiquement dans tout le pays, avec une poste aussi qui est extrêmement bien implémentée au niveau de tout le pays. Donc, au fait, vous avez un outil qui vous permet d'accéder à vos opérations financières. Ce qu'on a remarqué, que les gens qui ont même un salaire ou qui ont des revenus, au fait, c'est du cash out. La question de l'opération bancaire ne se fait pas. C'est ça la grande difficulté. C'est pas seulement de retirer votre argent et de l'utiliser en tant que cash. Et demain, si vous avez besoin, par exemple, de faire de la micro-épargne, de faire des opérations financières, vous ne pouvez pas y accéder. Et là, c'est la véritable question qui est posée au niveau des ménages, mais au niveau aussi de la micro, la très petite entreprise, etc. C'est vrai qu'il y a des efforts qui ont été faits au niveau de tout ce qui est microfinance, mais je pense qu'il y a un travail très important qui doit se faire, je dirais, à tous les niveaux, de la très petite jusqu'à la moyenne entreprise, surtout en période compliquée comme maintenant, ou après Covid, etc., beaucoup de ces entreprises ont eu des difficultés. La Banque centrale, au fait, elle arrive, comme je l'ai dit, elle est au diapason aussi des changements digitaux qui sont faits. Donc, quand vous avez une monnaie de plus, pour répondre à votre question, je pense que les fondamentaux vont être respectés en fonction de cette monnaie de plus. Et là, la difficulté, ou si vous voulez, la difficulté qu'on a aujourd'hui, le vrai trade-off, c'est entre la crypto et la CBDC, parce que la CBDC, c'est une question qui est là, elle est importante, on doit utiliser cette monnaie numérique, mais on sait pertinemment que cette monnaie numérique ne peut être véritablement implémentée que s'il y a les prérequis, déjà qui doivent être faits, et les prérequis ne sont pas toujours évidents dans beaucoup de pays. Nos amis africains aujourd'hui, la question a été posée sur la question de la data, sur la question il a bien dit, moi je ne voulais pas peut-être la mettre sur la table, mais tout ce qui est AML, City, etc., qui pose véritablement problème. Je vais vous donner un exemple. Nous, on a été dans la liste grise du GAFI en 2018. Et au fait, on a été dans la liste grise du GAFI, une bonne partie. La liste grise du GAFI et la liste grise aussi de l'Union européenne. Pour deux raisons, en fait. Pour la première raison, c'était sur ce qu'ils appellent la hawala, donc le transfert qui était fait suite à la crise libyenne. Et donc, beaucoup d'argent est rentré dans le pays, etc. Et donc, beaucoup d'argent, on ne savait pas comment il atterrissait au niveau aussi du système bancaire tunisien. Et là, vous avez des problèmes qui émergent. Aujourd'hui, quand on parle de flux financiers qui se font de manière, je dirais, à travers des nouveaux paiements, etc., un jour, si vous n'appliquez pas je dirais, cette réglementation de la manière, vous pouvez demain vous lever le matin et avoir des difficultés de fonctionnement. Comme vous pouvez vous lever le matin et vous avez une attaque sur vos systèmes de paiement, et ça peut arriver le lendemain si des hackers se lèvent aussi le matin et disent on va attaquer ce pays-là parce qu'il a pris peut-être une position ici, une position là. Et je crois qu'aujourd'hui, cette capacité, en tout cas, de nuisance est extrêmement importante et il faut vraiment faire attention. Vous pouvez me dire, on est en train de mettre tout notre système bancaire ensemble et qu'on est en train de travailler, c'est un fait. Mais si aujourd'hui, il n'y a pas aussi dans cette logique-là, c'est vraiment dans cette logique-là, une coopération internationale extrêmement importante, même à ce niveau-là, moi je vous dis que les risques sont des risques extrêmement importants. Et chaque banque centrale doit faire attention à cela. Donc, c'est pour ça que je dis, c'est complémentaire, ça doit arriver, on fait attention, c'est dans un but d'inclusion financière, mais en même temps, les prérequis doivent être là, au niveau de la place, mais pas seulement au niveau de la place. Au niveau de la place et en dehors de la place, quand vous avez je dirais, vous allez faire du cross-border payment, il faut que vous soyez aussi d'accord que les règles doivent être émises, développées, etc., pour que, de l'autre côté, vous avez aussi cette confiance. Et cette confiance, il faut la mettre en place. Je crois que ce qui a été dit dans la conférence inaugurale par Saïd El-Weli par Madame la Directrice Générale du Fonds monétaire est important. Les 3 étages doivent être là. Le problème, c'est que les 3 étages doivent être faits en même temps. On ne doit pas attendre le premier pour faire le second, etc. Et ça, peut-être, ce qui va compliquer beaucoup plus donc le système. Voilà, je vous remercie.
So, Governor, any brief parting thoughts from you?
Juste une question que j'ai écrite, que j'ai pas, c'est la question de la data. La question de la data, c'est on n'en parle pas, mais c'est la question la plus importante. Qui va maîtriser cette data? C'est pas par hasard que nos amis des GAFA sont sortis, ils ont dit non, on va faire notre monnaie. Et après, vous avez vu que ça s'est arrêté et qu'aujourd'hui, aujourd'hui, vous avez confiance dans la Banque centrale parce que la Banque centrale, c'est une institution crédible. C'est ça que vous n'avez pas la même confiance vis-à-vis des autres, crypto ou autres. Mais aujourd'hui aussi, la Banque centrale doit être capable aussi, quand vous travaillez avec les gens, ils ont leur dépôt, etc., pour que vous soyez aussi capable de faire aussi attention à cet argent qui va être géré par les différentes parties prenantes. Donc, et cette data, il y a beaucoup de privacy, c'est fondamentalement quelque chose d'important sur lequel aussi on doit travailler, pas seulement au niveau national, mais aussi au niveau international, pour que on sache qui l'utilise, comment elle va être utilisée, de quelle manière, etc. Et c'est important, je vous remercie.
Good points, Dr. Poko. All right.
Thank you very much. A few thoughts were the last 2 questions on financial stability and then whether the CBDC is going to be a tool for censorship. And I think I made a point earlier on about whilst we look at the design of the CBDC and look at international standards, we also have to look at country-specific circumstances. And I think Governor from Tunisia mentioned the unique circumstance we have in Ghana, in the sense that we decided right from 2007 when we issued our branchless banking and allowing mobile money to be able to come in, decided to go straight away for bank-based model. And so the mobile money experience to us is not going to be internally in Ghana, it's not going to be any different from a CBDC experience. The only change will come in the form of when the cross-border transaction comes in. So in the design of the CBDC, if the design is not consumer-centric, then you're going to have these issues of whether the CBDC is going to be a tool for censorship. But in Ghana, we've used mobile money since 2007, and it has general acceptability. And when it comes to financial stability, it's being built. The CBDC is being built on the existing AML CFT tools. And so that is going to ensure that when it comes to the issue of financial stability, we look at this more critically. We are also debating the issue about whether CBDC should have transaction limits. As we sit here, mobile money in Ghana has transaction limits. So there's a limit, and it's a tiered KYC depending on your profile. There's a limit that you have in terms of the amount of mobile money you can undertake. And for Ghana, we have a national ID card which is biometric. So it allows individuals to be able to assess their risk profile and be able to decide what kind of limit that we give to them on mobile money. And we are looking at that, whether we should have that on CBDC. The biggest debate that has come up in Ghana is when to strike a good balance between financial stability and financial inclusion. And that, I think, is going to be a debate as the agenda of CBDC moves forward. But when it comes to the tool for censorship, mobile money has worked. Consumers have accepted it in Ghana, that the government, which is, because it's bank-based, supervised by the central bank, has not so far used it as a tool for censorship. We have data protection laws in place that are guiding the use of consumer information in the design of mobile money. And as I said earlier on, the CBDC design is being designed on this existing architecture to be able to ensure that the trust that comes in the use of this currency is strong. And from our survey, from the pilot, I said at the beginning that when the customers got to know that this CBDC is being issued by the central bank, but working together with the commercial banks and the fintechs, who are all regulated, licensed and regulated by the central bank, the trust in that product was very high. And the alternative question as to if private agents were issuing the CBDC. And you see the difference was very clear in terms of the trust they had in what was going to come from private agents and the trust they had on what was going to come from the central bank. So I'll end here. I just thought I should share the Ghana experience to throw light on these two issues.
Last but not least, thank you, Dr. Obiora, and from Nigeria, any parting words?
I know I'm standing between you guys and lunch, so I just try to respond to what the gentleman said about the evolution of money as a way to just prove that, for me, I think CBDCs are the next step really in that evolution. If you look at where we started with barter, you have a lamb, but you're looking for a cattle. You have to find somebody who needs a cattle and take your lamb. Very difficult transactions. We moved on to gold coins, metallic money, where you had to carry this money's theft and things like that. It was very difficult. We moved on from that to bills of exchange. You keep your gold with your bank in, say, Tunisia, but you want to trade with someone in Morocco, and then the banks, exchange the gold later. And then we moved on to paper money, where you had to just say, this paper shows I have so much gold in Tunisia, and then you can trade with someone in Morocco. Along this chain, what you find is that money is a lubricant, and what they were trying to really do was to create frictionless transactions, where the resources you needed to create that money reduced over time. But what crypto has done basically is to take us 300 or 400 years back, where the resources you need to create the crypto is very high, and then the transaction cost even increases when more people use it because miners charge more. If you look at CBDC, what it has done is actually to improve on that frictionless, invisible transaction. And so I just believe that that is really the next step. If you watch a soccer game where you remember the referee, it's usually a controversial game. What we want is that money should be invisible in transactions. And that takes me to what the gentleman said about people thinking that CBDC is censorship. Obviously, there will be people that will always look at government with skepticism. But my point to them is to remember that the same government insists you buy health insurance for your own good. It's not censorship. The same government insists that you have seat belts. It's not censorship. It is the same government that is giving you this lubricant, this money that you need for transactions. And they're not censoring you because they're not telling you what exactly to buy. They're just giving you a tool to make your business better. And that's what we're already seeing in Nigeria with 60 billion naira in e-naira transactions, over 300,000 every week. And I'd like to stop there. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, and thanks to the whole audience. I realize we ran a little bit over, so that's on me, but I think we had some really good questions from the audience and excellent answers from the panelists. So this is a very rich topic. Please give a hand to the panelists and enjoy the lunch.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons prendre une pause déjeuner maintenant. Le déjeuner sera servi au deuxième étage. Merci tout le monde. Mesdames et messieurs, nous sommes heureux de vous accueillir d'un nouveau pour la suite de cette table ronde. Donc, après les discussions passionnées de ce matin, nous allons commencer l'après-midi avec un discours tourné vers le futur, un discours qui sera prononcé par M. Tobias Adrien, intitulé « Une nouvelle vision pour les monnaies numériques de Banque centrale ». M. Tobias est conseiller financier et directeur du département des marchés monétaires et de capitaux au Fonds monétaire international. Il dirige les travaux du FMI sur la surveillance du secteur financier, les politiques monétaires et macroprudentielles, la réglementation financière, la gestion de la dette et les marchés de capitaux. Il supervise également les activités de renforcement des capacités dans les pays membres du FMI. Monsieur Tobias, à vous la parole.
Bon après-midi, ça me fait plaisir d'être de retour à Maroc après quelques années. Je me rappelle très bien d'une conférence sur la Bali FinTech Agenda en 2019 et c'est très bien d'être ici à Rabat aujourd'hui. Good afternoon, it's really my pleasure to be here back in Rabat today. Morocco welcomes us with its warm hospitality and stunning landscapes. This is a land of sea and mountains, of open horizons, and rock-solid stability. Throughout its history, Morocco has also been at the crossroads of culture and commerce. It is thus fitting to speak of cross-border payments here in Morocco, of innovation, of change and of exchange, but also of steadfast commitment to macro-financial stability. My remarks today begin with money, which lies at the foundation of the financial system. Contracts are denominated in money. Exchange is conducted in money. And policies play a major role in the management of money. In today's digital age, technology presents an opportunity for money to evolve. Cryptography, tokenization, and programmability are explored around the world as a basis to improve money. From banks to central banks, the goal is to offer money that can sit alongside our messaging apps, work efficiently, and be even safer. Today, I would like to explore some of the infrastructure building behind money and present a blueprint for improvements, a new class of cross-border and potentially also domestic payments and contracting platforms. My goal is to paint a picture and inspire, hopefully, many of you to pick up your own brushes, like the remarkable artisans in the Rabat Medina, to continue and refine the painting that I'm going to paint. I will argue that today's new technologies allow the public sector to renew the infrastructure that supports cross-border payments and possibly domestic ones. This will bring people together through faster and cheaper payments, and it will bring countries together through more stable and cohesive international monetary systems. It's about technology, but it's also about governance. It's about the rules of the game of how technology is being used and deployed. This is where organizations such as the IMF, with its very wide membership, its focus of macro-financial stability, and the internal governance of the IMF can help to bring countries together and build consensus. My remarks here today draw on a FinTech Note, a paper that is also being published today, which is called The Rise of Payment and Contracting Platforms, which in turn is tied to work with Tommaso Mancini, who is here in the audience and who will be on the next panel, as well as Federico Greenberg from the IMF, and two researchers from MIT, Rob Townsend and Nick Zhang. So let me start with the future of cross-border payments. Cross-border payments are more complicated than payments within countries, as they involve the exchange of value between parties located in different jurisdictions and subject to different laws. When the Moroccan ceramic business, for example, exports dinnerware to nearby Spain, it receives money in its account through a complex web of interlinkages between banks, possibly going through Paris or New York or other financial centers. The payments are routed through banks that know each other and trust each other. Money does not really change hands. Instead, each bank offers credit to the next bank in line. As a result, the small Moroccan business may face delays in receiving money and may pay high fees, hurting the bottom line. Things can be worse for remittances, who on average, according to surveys, cost about 6.5% on average. Costs fall disproportionately to the poor. While cross-border payments work relatively well among the club of the most advanced economies, they fall short in many emerging markets and lower-income countries. The cost and the opacity in cross-border payments limit infrastructure. There are settlement risk, there are governance challenges, and there are substantial legal and operational costs. Recourse is expensive. In our view, to get global finance right, we must come together to get global payments right. Some of the $45 billion paid annually to remittance providers should go into the pockets of those who earned that money in the first place. Steps are being taken. In a strong show of multilateral cooperation, the international community is enhancing cross-border payments following the G20 roadmap. More than ever, the IMF, the World Bank, the BIS, and the FSB have been tightly collaborating with central banks around the world to bring each of their comparative advantages together and to create a new future for payments. So let me go deeper into the subject matter, which is a framework for a cross-border payments and contracting platform. So the emphasis is not just on payments, but contracting as well, and I'll explain more what I mean. Our work on platforms aligns well with this thrust. So this roadmap of the G20, the World Bank, the BIS, and the FSB. So the platform work has been benefiting from discussions with other organizations and central banks. Platforms are like digital town squares where people and businesses meet to transact under the watchful eye of local authorities. Much like the town squares must have been in bustling Fez back in the 8th century, or in Marrakech's beautiful Medina. Expressed in today's language, the vision for a trusted ledger, which is essentially an electronic document representing property rights in digital versions of central bank reserves in any currency that can be traded among participants. So payments are not just the transfer of value from A to B, they require complementary services such as obtaining foreign currency and managing risk. They involve the transfer of information and the identity of transaction parties and their intentions. So our trusted ledger cannot exist in a vacuum. It must exist in an environment allowing for basic financial contracts to be customized and exchanged in a safe and efficient manner. It must allow information to be carefully managed so only those who need it can see it. Let me dive a little deeper and speak first about settlement, then about programming, and finally about information. These are the three layers of the XC platform. First is the settlement layer. The platform would allow us to settle money denominated in many different currencies. It's a multi-currency approach. Which forms of money? We propose to use the safest possible form of money to reduce counterparty credit risk. Hence, we propose to use central bank reserves in the exchange of cross-border payments. Those reserves sit on the books of the central banks with different accounting systems. To make these interchangeable, we propose to create a unique digital representation of those central bank reserves on the platform. To make a payment from one country to another, participating banks would deposit their domestic central bank reserves in an escrow account. This escrow account would be controlled by the platform operator, and in return, a digital version would trade on the platform. For example, in the case of the Moroccan ceramics exporter, its bank would receive tokenized reserves from the Spanish customer's account. The exporter's bank would credit the exporter's account, but it may not be terribly happy holding those euro reserves, so it could then sell them to another participant on the platform in exchange for domestic reserves. Settlement would be quick, final, and safe. The ledger would be controlled by the platform operator, and only this platform operator could see and settle the transactions. The single ledger would ensure that there is unique description of who owns what, so no double spending can occur. And importantly, the XC platform would allow a multi-currency system without imposing a single or new settlement asset. The choice of currencies used on the platform would remain at the discretion of the participants and would not favor one currency over another. Central banks would remain in full control of which institutions reserve which currencies to start with. No changes in legacy systems, arrangements, or institutions are needed. The system would be fully compatible with today's domestic payment systems because it links into central bank reserves. Now, the second layer of this XC platform is the programming layer. When making payments, participants may want to obtain foreign currency, synchronize or delay payments, or manage risk. Countries may wish to implement capital flow measures, and services could be programmed by customizing and bundling basic functions available on the platform. Think of smartphone apps. Developers created them by accessing and customizing preset functions, allowing the app to respond to a tap on the screen or to retrieve data from the GPS chip. But developers cannot interfere with the phone's operating system and cause it to crash. So that is a very profound innovation. It's separate and safe. So you can allow programmability without interfering in the underlying workings of the platform. This allows customization and the development of specific products by the private sector. Programming also allows contracts to be automated. For instance, the current swap of one currency for another can be programmed to occur when a certain price is met. Today, parties provide a market maker with their orders, which means giving up precious information. And even if they agree to trade, the other party can walk away. Settlements can fail. Instead, automated contracts can bring improvements. Agents may trust technology, and counterparties cannot walk away from an automated trade as it's all on a single ledger, based in escrowed money. When programs run on the same ledger, they can be consistent with one another, so contracts to receive money tomorrow can be pledged as collateral today, saving liquidity. Let me clarify that I'm speaking here of programming one's own transactions with money, not money itself. Once transacted, money would go right back as being perfectly fungible. So programmed transactions are different from programmable money. The third layer is the information management layer. The XE platform would allow the unbundling of settlement and non-settlement services, including compliance checks. This leads to cleaner separation of responsibilities. Countries can retain jurisdictional control over how much their citizens and firms can hold and transact in foreign currency. There could be limits that are different in different countries. The XE platform may even be able to contribute to upholding the highest standards of KYC, or Know Your Customer, in order to conduct anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing filters and investigations. Because compliance checks can occur outside the platform, transactions on the platform can preserve privacy. So to get on the platform, you need to fulfill many requirements, but once you're on the platform, privacy can be preserved. That can bring significant economic advantages. For instance, participants would have the incentive to bid truthfully in, say, a foreign exchange auction without being concerned about revealing their private information and without having an incentive to mislead others. So encryption on the platform can be economically efficient. And while individual identities can be hidden, aggregate information can be shared transparently and in real time. So while bidding, for instance, seeing others' anonymized bids could be extremely valuable. So that is about the construction of the market structure on the platform. Finally, on top of these three layers, there's governance. Anybody who has spent time working on payments knows how critical, important governance is. There's a need for a solid, transparent, and effective governance that is accepted by all participants as being fair and representative. Strong legal frameworks backing the platform, as well as active oversight and clear rules of governance, are essential to make financing possible. Governance is also the way to adopt rules and designs to support the stability of the international monetary system. Platforms should allow countries to implement capital flow management measures, should allow them to continue to intervene in foreign exchange markets for those countries that have that in their macro toolkit. It should allow aggregate information on capital flows to be extracted to detect fragilities, and disputes should be resolved effectively to underpin trust and facilitate market integration. Funds could be dispatched to support the global safety net. And the list goes on. Payments are the foundation between the financial system and trade linkages between countries. Let me summarize. The XC platform offers key advantages. They ensure safety by settling with central bank reserves. They offer interoperability among national currencies and with legacy systems. They bring innovation, efficiency, and safety in contracting, and they help manage information flows to overcome economic frictions. Importantly, they rest on transparent, rule-based governance consistent with the stability of the international monetary system. Now, let me briefly turn to CBDCs, the main topic of the conference. While the XC platform is designed for cross-border payments, the basic design is sufficiently general to also help domestic financial systems via central bank digital currencies. We see potential transformations. Take, for instance, the newly developed ledgers on which banks, brokerage firms, and fintechs are tokenizing their assets. And that includes not just money, but also other securities. While stablecoins have drawn much of their attention in recent months, it is less well known that many banks are also making efforts to tokenize deposits. After all, institutions that have innovated for many, many years are the banks. New technologies and new legal and regulatory environments will be a hurdle for some, but a springboard for others. Innovation is good for end users and societies, but only if we can preserve interoperability, safety, and efficiency, just like in the cross-border space. So do the same challenges mean the same solution? Yes, in the form of CBDC platforms, the domestic equivalent to the XC cross-border platform. Naturally, such platforms would be backed by strong legal and regulatory frameworks. As money, CBDCs must be safe. As infrastructure, CBDCs bring interoperability and efficiency among private networks and digital money and assets. A CBDC platform would be designed in much the same way as the XC platform, with a single ledger that is compatible with those used in private firms, including banks and non-banks. Assets could be escrowed for long enough to be paid with safe and liquid central bank money, and the exchange could be programmed and automated to lower counterparty credit risk. Assets or tokenized deposits themselves could be escrowed and exchanged directly, and privacy-preserving technology and strong governance could bring interoperability between domestic and international payments. The examples above suggest a wholesale CBDC, but of course we could imagine a retail CBDC in some countries as well. The point is that many of the same benefits discussed earlier for the XC platform could be realized domestically. The aim is to allow for innovation by the private sector, but in an environment that is aligned with public policy objectives. And that is really the key, is to use new technology for public policy purposes. We have heard from many central banks that are exploring work along those lines. Of course, we heard from Nigeria this morning that already has this domestic CBDC. Other countries, including Brazil, Singapore, or the euro area are certainly exploring doing more. So in conclusion, innovation tugs ahead, payments evolve, the public sector too has to consider renewing its infrastructure. New technologies, new entrants, and new needs have opened a window of opportunity to think ambitiously and improve domestic and cross-border payments, while continuing to pursue public policy objectives such as financial and monetary stability. Our blueprint for a new class of platforms could enhance and ensure greater interoperability, efficiency, and safety, both domestically and across borders. Of course, more work will need to be done. This last point looks hard to implement, and it will be. Multilateralism is hard, but it can work. Think of Morocco, that is a member of the Arab League, the Union for the Mediterranean, the African Union, as well as the IMF. Think of the IMF with its history of strong governance. We will be stronger partners on the road to improve cross-border payments. The IMF can help to bolster trust and governance and work with its membership to make those visions for the future be realities. We can thus build on the policy expertise to suggest this platform design to support continuous stability and efficiency of the international monetary system. I'm inspired by the Moroccan soccer team, which dreamed of big things. Like them, let us continue to dream. We have perhaps time for 1 or 2 questions, or 3 questions perhaps, if anybody wants to ask a question or react. You can also react, of course, yes. I think there's a microphone.
Just a quick one. Can you hear me? So I wanted to ask.
So this proposes a unitary platform, right? And the question I have is, most of our sub-Saharan African countries struggle with foreign currency. You gave a very good example about Morocco, trying to pay Spain. It's just across here, but they have to look for foreign currency from elsewhere in order to settle their transaction. So I was thinking about the issue of multiple CBDC platforms instead of just a singular one. What would be your reaction?
So I think there's the vision and there's the reality. I think the vision is one where we would have a truly multilateral system in which all countries could participate. And different countries could have different filters of how they want to interact with other countries, right? But they would agree on the platform, right? So they might have capital controls, they might have sanctions, they might have all kinds of taxes or other things. They might not want to trade with some countries, but they might want to do it only in certain limits with other countries. But the basic design would be a common design. And so, we think that is sort of like aligned with the multilateral vision of the IMF. But of course, there's the reality that this is going to be difficult to do in principle. So I think, we probably have to start with experimentation and see how much consensus there is for a more multilateral and broader engagement.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So if it's kind of this kind of platform, it could be like a kind of lake. So this with an access to different countries. So I am thinking, who is going to regulate this big lake, data lake, and how to react or to intervene in case of systemic risk?
Yes, absolutely. So it is a big lake, but there are many different waters in the lake. So the central banks do remain in control of their reserves. So the reserves are tokenized on the system, but they are not sort of like lost. They stay within this tokenized platform. So in that sense, it's not quite as, there are strong controls around the amount of reserves and how the reserves are used. And again, countries could specify, how these reserves are being used vis-a-vis other participants. Now, I think the IMF can play a role in the governance because the IMF is truly multilateral and has this very, very deep connection to its membership via the Articles of Agreement. But of course, the IMF is not in and of itself a bank or an operational place. So anything like that would have to be operated by some other entity. It could be an existing institution. The BIS, of course, comes to mind here, that is already doing a lot of experimentation, and that is a bank. Or it could be another entity. It could evolve from existing, international payments entities today. I think the key is that, the basic design is not, is fairly contained. Because it is really just a ledger that exchanges those tokenized reserves, but it's the plugins, the programmability that sort of like gives it its power and applicability. But of course, many steps have to be taken, consensus has to be built. And again, here the governance of the IMF might be quite powerful because all the member countries, of course, are determining how to go forward for us as an institution.
Thank you very much. My name is Hassan from the Central Bank of Nigeria. My question is related to the first and second one. It's around the settlement exchange rate. Currently in Nigeria, we're also trying to evolve cross-border payment with the e-naira, but the point is at which rate do you convert the dollar to the naira? Now, you mentioned reserves. So I was wondering if this is the external reserves of member countries or domestic reserves. A good example is this AfriTac that Africa is trying to operate now. We're supposed to make transactions in our local currencies, not related to dollar. But I think this platform will invariably relate to dollar. So even if you tokenize the reserves, at what rate do you convert it? And how do you agree on that rate? I know the platform can also do it, but how do you agree on that rate? And how stable is that rate going to be? Is it going to be changing pending what is the rolling rate at the international market? So I just wanted to get some clarifications on that. Thank you.
Absolutely, that's an excellent question. And of course, some currency pairs are traded heavily and, there are different ways to get quotes. But other currency pairs are much less liquid, and it's much more difficult to get an exchange rate, and it may be difficult to actually ensure that a given quantity can be traded at a given price. So what we're envisioning is that there is an FX trading structure that is tied to the platform, so where participants can, in principle, buy and sell currency and make markets on the platform. There are different market mechanisms that are compatible with that. We have seen some advances in terms of automated market making, but there are also more traditional auction mechanisms that are envisioned. So in principle, we would hope that liquidity, even among less liquid currency pairs, could be enhanced. So one idea we're exploring as well is multi-currency auctions, which have very good properties for liquidity. But yes, so the answer is, in principle, the FX mechanism in and of itself could be designed on the platform, and there could be a competition of different mechanisms in principle, right? So, you know, different banks could offer different services, and so as a participant, you could, you know, choose in principle what kind of system for exchange to use. So we do believe that the private sector innovation here can be very helpful. So it's not in and of itself determined by the central banks. So the central banks provide the tokenized reserves, but then at what rate they're being exchanged would be determined in the market. And again, we feel that the encryption technology can be very useful in terms of enhancing market liquidity, right? So to enter into the platform, you need to fulfill all these KYC screens, but once you're on the platform, you're anonymous, which is improving auction design for FX purposes. All right, Monsieur le Gouverneur. Ouais.
Vous estimez combien de temps?
Oui, alors la question c'était combien de temps entre la vision et l'implémentation. Je pense que on peut essayer avec entre certaines banques centrales, on peut faire des expérimentations. Mais pour avoir un système vraiment global, ça va prendre un peu de temps. Je ne peux pas vous dire exactement combien de temps. À mon avis, les expériments qui sont faits à la BIS, la Banque for International Settlements, ils sont déjà assez proches de la vision. Par exemple, ce qu'on appelle la MCBDC Bridge, c'est une sorte de plateforme d'échange entre les CBDCs. Il n'y a pas de programmabilité là-dedans, mais la BIS a d'autres expériments avec la programmabilité, etc. Donc, il y a déjà des expériments et je pense qu'on peut faire plus d'expériments qui sont plus proches de notre vision, donc qui ont la tokenisation des réserves des banques centrales. Ça, c'est vraiment le fondement. Mais pour avoir un consensus global, je pense c'est là que le fond est très fort, parce qu'on a les 190 membres, donc on est vraiment global et on a cette gouvernance qui est très très liée aux autorités de tous nos membres. Donc j'espère qu'il y aura une évolution vers cette vision, mais peut-être on peut faire un pari ce soir, combien de temps ça va prendre.
La prochaine Coupe du Monde?
Peut-être.
Thank you for your brilliant presentation. My question is about this interoperability. I'm Nordin Hajjami from Central Bank of Morocco. In order to enable this interoperability between platforms, don't you think that we need first to set up some standards, like for internet in the 19th, for blockchain platforms, some technical standards, and to enhance and to secure what has been done until today, but by the software providers and the platform providers also?
Absolutely. One of the side products of such a platform would be to have some standard around the technological specification of the ledger, essentially, right? So there are many different technological possibilities. In the payments policy space, for example, messaging has been standardized to a large extent, but it took many, many years to get there. When we talk to the private sector, so to the banks that are innovating in terms of tokenization of deposits, they raise exactly the point that you're raising. There's a need for standardization, even if you don't go to this platform, just to standardize, say, tokenization of deposits across banks, across borders, some degree of interoperability and standardization would be extremely helpful. And when we talk to the private sector view there is that you could use something that is close to what is existing and evolve from there. So say some version of an Ethereum or something like that could be used for a single ledger, so not a distributed ledger, but a single ledger type of application. There has been quite a bit of advance in terms of capacity and speed, in particular for this single ledger application. But whether that is the right way to go, I think, is a policy question, and it's very closely related. So even if you don't go for the platform, you might still want to standardize just to coordinate on private sector initiatives. All right, so, one more.
En regardant le blog de la BRI, il paraît qu'ils ont déjà avancé sur ce sujet. Pouvez-vous nous dire où est-ce qu'ils en sont aujourd'hui?
Oui, tout à fait. Donc la question, c'est en termes d'innovation numérique, qu'est-ce qui est l'avance scientifique? Et oui, il y a beaucoup de chercheurs dans les universités, dans les banques centrales et dans le secteur privé qui font des avances, mais le système de paiement global, c'est très très grand avec beaucoup de paiements. Donc, je pense qu'il y a encore du progrès qui est nécessaire pour vraiment être assuré que scientifiquement on a assez de capacité pour faire toutes les transactions. Je pense qu'il y a du progrès, mais il y a des avances qui sont en train d'être faits. Bon, so, ouais. All right, there's one more.
Thank you very much, Peter Fakish from the Central Bank of Hungary, and congratulations for this very insightful speech. I would be very curious for a very practical perspective, but how do you see what could be the top 2 or 3 challenges to implementing that? Yep. And where it could happen? So what would be your prediction for the future, that where we can be able to use these kind of frameworks?
So absolutely. So I think the governance is the number one thing. So in the euro area, there's a payment system that was being implemented. It's not a CBDC, but it is a real-time payment system called TIPS. And the technology was developed in a fairly straightforward fashion, but to then implement it in all the member countries took a lot of effort. So to make every country at ease that the governance in the other countries is sufficient for you to participate, that is the key thing. And that is why I was saying that, in principle, every country can decide how to relate to every other country, right? So we agree on the multilateral platform, but we don't necessarily agree that you and I would trade, but I might want to trade with others in the room. So, it's a little bit like SWIFT, right? I mean, every country in the world agreed to use this messaging system, even if they might have very different policies with regards to how cross-border payments would be organized with other countries. And so the platform has this great advantage of allowing countries to, in principle, specify But governance is extremely important. So one other example for very strong governance in cross-border payments is a platform called CLS. CLS has about 45 member countries with I think 17 currencies or so, and it is a wholesale payments platform. But it's it is sort of like hard to expand beyond that membership, but it does have extremely strong governance. So I think the governance is really one key thing, and how to organize that. And I think this is where the fund is well placed due to its strong governance structure. On the technology side, we spend a lot of time talking to the central banks that are developing CBDCs and payment systems, and I think there's a certain convergence in terms of philosophy where this is going. But of course, there are choices to be made, and I think that is the other challenge. So governance is number one, and then those technological choices is number two. So the advantage on the technology side is that you're not tied by the legacy systems, so you're interoperable with the legacy systems because you're tokenizing reserves, so you can always go from the tokenized world to the account-based world. So you are backward interoperable, but then how to make sure that you are forward interoperable. So you can start from scratch, but you do want to be future-proof in some sense. And this is, I think, the biggest technological challenge, right? Is to create something that can evolve, and where it's not the central bank that has to do the innovation, right? So central banks can do a certain amount of innovation, but ultimately the private sector, should play an important role in innovation. Donc avec ça, je pense j'ai pris assez de temps. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Gouverneur, pour cet événement. Ça me fait très plaisir d'être ici. Thank you so much, everybody, for the interest, and very happy to discuss further. So let's move on.
Merci, Monsieur Tobias, pour ce discours vraiment passionnant qui nous ouvre la voie vers le futur de la monnaie et des paiements transfrontaliers. Et donc, la transition est bien faite pour la dernière session d'aujourd'hui. Donc, je vous invite pour la dernière session sur les cross-border CBDC, les leçons apprises des expérimentations Next Step. Elle sera animée par M. Tommaso Mancini, chef de la division des paiements, monnaie et infrastructure au département des marchés monétaires et des capitaux au Fonds monétaire international. Tommaso, à vous la parole.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, my name is Tommaso Mancini. I work for the IMF. And we spoke a lot about soccer at this conference, and for good reason. I have two sons. They love soccer. And one of the things they like to do is to think about their dream team. That is, if they could choose any player from around the world, who would it be and where would they play? So I'm going to do that for you. I'm going to play fantasy football for a second. And I'm going to think about my two attackers for a team working on payments. My two attackers need to be forward-leaning figures. They need to be visionaries. They need to be full of pep and ready to act. And I have two people that I can think of immediately. And that is Ziad Al-Youssef, all the way from Saudi Arabia, and Denis Beau from France, number 7 and number 9. Ziad is the Deputy Governor in charge of Development Technology at SAMA. He has a long experience in payments. He runs fintech and sandboxes, and I would welcome him on stage, please. And Denis Beau, Deputy Governor, first Deputy Governor of the Banque de France. Also, among his many responsibilities, in charge of supervision of infrastructure, of financial and payment institutions, and who was the secretary of the CPSS, the antecedent of the CPMI, 15 years ago. So also somebody with lots of experience. My two star forwards on the dream team, please join me on stage. And so today we're going to speak about cross-border payments. And some people think that CBDC is a solution in search of a problem. Other people think that CBDC will solve all problems. And those people think that cross-border payments are going to become very, very simple. As simple as Denis in France issuing CBDC in euros and me having a wallet on my phone that can be interoperable with that CBDC. And all he needs to do is send me that little token that I can hold on my phone. That's it. Cross-border payment done. Denis, what do you think? Is this going to be feasible? Is this the right model of cross-border payments?
Can you hear me? Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Tommaso. I'm delighted to be on your team. Number 9, if I listen well. On your question, I mean, in terms of vision, what you describe is certainly technically feasible. But in the real world, the issue is how to make a number of people adopt such a solution so that there is a consensus on the way to exchange money on a cross-border basis. So I think, I mean, there is more to achieve to make the vision you elaborated come true. Immediately, I could say, if your vision is to say, let's have a digital euro becoming the settlement asset for everyone, I doubt that this can be really achieved. We live in a world where there are a number of settlement assets that have to coexist. And the point in terms of organization of payments is to make sure that this coexistence is as effective and efficient as possible to the benefit of the end users.
Thank you so much. So there's more to it than that. Clearly, Denis spoke about a settlement asset, spoke about infrastructure, may have even thought about platforms. So we'll get into these things. Ziad, do you think it's as simple as just trading a token?
I wish, first of all, I want number 9. If you allow me. No, I wish it was that simple. If we draw comparisons to the existing payment world, the arrangement that we are used to on a day-to-day basis as consumers came along from years and years of international collaboration, standardization, settlement arrangements between banks, acceptance arrangements with merchants, corporates, linkages. So all of these things. When I look at today's world, I always think about what's the parallelism in the CDBC context. I truly believe that, again, technology that brings with our CDBC can help in the digital economy when we talk about tokenization of assets, when we talk about tokenization of reserves, and how it can unlock unused liquidity. These kind of things that that motivates us to work and further work, and that's what motivates even international organizations such as IMF continue their work. So I don't think it's that simple, but we have done as a global community a lot that we could draw on to enable us to this new kind of, I would say, the next generation of payment systems.
Thanks so much. So a very similar answer, in fact. You spoke about standardization. You spoke about countries getting together and having to work this out over years. And you also spoke a little bit about tokenizing assets. And I think that's another theme that we'll speak about in this little session. And that is, it's not just about payments, but it's about what you pay for and about the integration of payments with the financial system. So these are all topics that we're going to discover in this presentation. And after this initial question, I suggest that what we do is take advantage of the fact that the institutions that our speakers represent have done a lot of experimentation. And what I'd like to do is learn about those experiments with you. Let's start about discussing what those experiments are, and then dive down a little bit. Learn about the technology, learn about the regulation and legal issues, learn about governance, and then we'll open the door to thinking about how to incorporate or link payments to financial systems. So first of all, let's understand better what it is that we're talking about. Denis, can I turn to you and can you just explain to us what are the 2 or 3 most important experiments that you have done to better understand how cross-border payments might evolve?
Yes, actually the Bank de France, the institution I work for, has done a number of experiments over the last years. Maybe just to say a word about the reason why we have done that and devoted resources to that kind of activity. I think it's really important it was really important for us to realize that given to the digitalization of finance, the landscape we are facing is really evolving fast, and we saw new players, new assets, and new pieces of infrastructure appearing in that landscape based on new technology. I mean, Tobias Adrian mentioned cryptography, distributed ledger technologies. And from our perspective and our mandate, I mean, this evolution of the landscape was raised a question, which is the following: to which extent in this new digital landscape is central bank money going to prevail as the preferred settlement asset, the anchor of the financial system to ensure the stability of that system? And so that was really the starting point, and in particular for wholesale transactions and cross-border transactions. I mean, the issue that we were starting to see coming was the possibility that another type of private, less secure, less liquid settlement asset might appear. Hence, the experimentation program we started in 2020. Actually, it was focused on 2 major use cases of using central bank money in tokenized form, so in digital form, along the same lines as the form that we were seeing appearing for new financial assets, and to see whether we could provide this tokenized central bank money on the same or on infrastructures similar to the one which we are developing and being used for financial settlement assets. And so we have tested DVP mode of settlement of securities on the ledger, on the blockchain, and we have also tested PVP processes on a cross-border basis using pieces of infrastructure that are belonging to the digital world we see emerging. And the point for us was really, and we have and run a number of experiments. We have run 12 experiments actually over 2 years, and we have 3 still underway. And so really the point for us was to test and learn to see whether and how we could provide central bank money in a digital form to ensure its presence in new settlement processes and new pieces of infrastructure that might develop in the digital age, so as to make sure that central bank money remains the settlement asset of preference.
Thank you so much. Fascinating experiments, of course, that have been run and that are public now through the many publications of the Banque de France and its partner central banks. And
yes, indeed, we published, of course, a report last year, and we are going to publish a new one mid this year about what we learned in embarking in these experiments in terms of capacity of putting central bank money on the ledger, as experts say, on one of the important issues for us as a central bank is to make sure that in doing so we keep control of central bank money that we issue, and that was part of the point of focus that we had in doing those experiments. Also, I mentioned that an important issue was how to make sure that those new infrastructures where we could provide central bank money in tokenized form would coexist and interact, communicate with established centralized systems that we have all developed over the years. For instance, RTGS systems or securities settlement systems. In the euro area, we have 2 major public systems, T2 and T2S. And one of the questions was to say, well, and it's in those centralized systems that we provide central bank money for financial institutions. And we don't anticipate that they are going to disappear, but how to ensure the coexistence and the communication between these established pieces of infrastructures and the new one that may appear for domestic purposes or for cross-border ones.
Thank you so much. Fascinating. In fact, what I hear you say, in a nutshell, is that you were really interested in pushing the thinking around the role of central bank money, the integration of central bank money with new systems that were being developed, the ability of the central bank to maintain control over central bank money, and importantly, the ability to integrate with legacy systems. Ziad, has your approach been similar in determining experiments, or have you gone a different route?
First of all, let me talk about the motivations. The motivations is very much what Bank of France was motivated to do, which is looking into how central bank money can play a role in the future. And therefore, in 2020, we embarked on an experimentation with our counterparts in the UAE Central Bank, in designing a platform where it enabled the 2 central banks to exchange a single token representing central bank money between the 2 different jurisdictions under the banner Project Aber. And that, about 9 months experiment, or POC, a proof of concept, that helped us to understand the different complexities that comes with trying to do something like that. We have done a POC, designed a platform, a single platform that was mainly looking into how much decentralization we could push in a platform like that. So the aim was that we have the maximum decentralization in order to give the banks from both countries the ability to settle even without having the central bank online to make sure, let's not forget, we're trying to use or experiment new technologies beyond the boundaries of the existing technologies and systems such as RTGS or others. So we leverage that technology to develop that hyperledger platform that enabled 3 banks from each country to exchange tokens and settle them instantly. As I said, it was pushed the decentralization to an extent to see what's the limits when it comes to offline settlement between banks from both countries. So that proof of concept helped us to understand that aspect. It also uncovered the issues of governance, accessibility, settlement arrangements between, if you do that between 2 jurisdictions. So that helped uncover the issues of liquidity management between 2 countries was also discussed in details in the final report that we published in November of 2020. So, albeit it was mainly or primarily a POC testing the technology boundaries and the arrangements, it helped us uncover, as I said, a wide array of topics that we have outlined in the report that we are now undergoing further research on a domestic level to try to iron out all these potential challenges of having a cross-border token going between 2 jurisdictions. Obviously, we had unique challenges in that experiment, having 1 token in 2 countries, but maybe the fixed exchange rate between the 2 central between the 2 currencies and the fact that they're both pegged to the US dollar helped in reducing that risk. But if that same platform goes beyond 2 countries that have very synergetic economies such as Saudi and the UAE, it will be, I think, a major challenge to be looked at. So that maybe that's a summary of our POC.
And there are, of course, many central banks here in the room that are doing experimentation themselves, but probably some that are thinking about diving into this stream. Give us a sense. How many people work on these experiments? When you decide to test this with UAE, is it a matter of 2 people, 20 people, 200 people? Where do you stand?
Well, I think the issue of capacity is a big issue in all central banks, because let's not forget we are looking at technologies that are not necessarily traditionally available in central banks. And having been in payments for a long time, it took us, I think all of us here in the room, a lot of years to develop our local talent that understands and develop and push the agenda in the traditional, let's say, way. Maybe the add-on here is the technological aspect, which is having your understanding from a technical, even from a compliance aspects, as well as cybersecurity is a very important part. So, in short, to answer your question, we did leverage, and you have to leverage specialized companies, technology companies in that. However, from the two central banks, I would say we had about 10-15 people from each central bank in that POC for about 8 months or 9 months, but also leveraging again world technology companies that helped us in building the platform.
Okay, so relationships with third-party companies. Is that the same approach, Denis? Does that ring a bell? About 10 to 15 people in your central banks and third-party companies?
Yes, I mean, the order of magnitude is certainly the same and beyond. I think to test processes, security settlement processes, DVP processes or PVP1, we also did those experiments with market participants. And so it's actually to run and based on our experience, I mean, you need to bring an ecosystem which reflects, I mean, more or less the reality to really learn by doing that kind of experiments. And actually, we have to set up a dedicated team at the Banque de France. I mean, about 20 specialists which have been hired by the bank. and we have a number of people working around them, from market participants to suppliers of IT services of different sorts. So it's really, I would say, an investment which is significant, but I think the reward of doing that is really important. But you need to program the effort, I mean, on a medium-term basis, because there are a number of issues that when you start this experimentation program, you have in mind, and there are others which appear in doing the experiments.
So this is something that's bound to be extremely helpful. I mean, we speak to central banks all over the world, and we often get this question, what does it take? And I think what both of you are saying is, it takes a significant investment, and it takes a medium-term, forward-looking view, and a certain dedication to experimentation. Things don't just fall from the sky. But let's talk about lessons learned. And we have, of course, a lot to cover in this panel. So I would ask you just for one lesson from the technology standpoint. Then we'll talk about regulation and legal issues later. But from a technology standpoint, what did you learn that surprised you? What did you learn that will be really important for the future experiments that you will run? One lesson each. Ziad.
Surprisingly, and it's called out in the report, I think security arrangements, so cybersecurity arrangements was a key element. I think we, because we had a clean state in designing that CDBC platform, we maybe assumed that we will be using the same security protocols that we use in traditional payment systems. So to agree on a protocol from a cybersecurity point of view, I think was one of the key technical lessons.
And challenges?
Challenges, I think, honestly, I think the issue that, because it was a contained, again, between two central banks, I don't think we had some, let's say, major challenges, other than, again, the having the governance between two central banks agreeing at the design, including the cybersecurity design, was not a challenge, but a key lesson learned that we maybe we could have done the experiment much quicker if we had ironed out the governance early on.
Thanks very, very much. That very valuable lesson. Of course, we heard about the importance of governance earlier and the difficulty of governance. We'll get back to this important topic. Denis, one important lesson from you, from the technology standpoint.
I mean, a positive and more challenging one. The positive one was when we started those experiments, I foresaw that we would have many issues and problems in ensuring the interoperability or interconnection between different DLTs, base infrastructures. I mean, the private and the one we have developed actually, and on which we started putting central bank money in digital firms. And I must say, to my good surprise, this issue was at least addressed and reasonably solved rather rapidly. And this interconnection between different pieces of infrastructure of new type, I mean, doesn't seem now to be a major obstacle. The other issue, which is still a challenge from a technical perspective to me, and we are actually running experiments still, is this issue of scalability. Because we, as central banks, I mean, whether you speak about retail or wholesale transactions, I mean, this issue of scalability, capacity to process really very quickly huge amounts of transaction is a serious one. And from my perspective, the jury is still out to see whether we can bring to scale the one we, of course, there are variations across countries, but this kind of technology, to use them on a really industrial basis in our market infrastructures.
Fantastic. Thanks very much. So let's go back to the first thought, and that is Denis building a Euro CBDC, me having a wallet that is interoperable, and me getting it on the fly as easily as getting an email. Why is that probably not the model of tomorrow? And that is because there's regulation. There are legal frameworks that come into play, and it's difficult to get those frameworks to be harmonized between countries. So let's talk a little bit about that. And what were your findings, your learnings, relative to perhaps the challenges of harmonizing legal and regulatory frameworks, and ideally, the paths that you found around those challenges? Ziad, do you want to begin?
Yeah, I think in terms of governance and let's talk about legal considerations. Obviously, that was a POC that we've done, but in the real world, there's a lot of things that we need to be looked at. One of which is the legal stand of a central bank to issue a CBDC to begin with. A second is the classification of a CBDC. What would be a classification in the monetary system? The concept of settlement and payment finality from a legal point of view. Also the restrictions that might be put on this instrument. So all of these things, I think, comes under the banner of legal considerations that needs to be looked at. From a governance point of view, I think that again, going back to the first question, the arrangement that has happened or that has been agreed on in the international financial system for decades, I think we should leverage that when we look into such arrangements. And the PFMI principles, for example, should hold with that platforms or these platforms. So I think we should draw on, again, going back to the existing today's world and tomorrow's world, we should draw on lessons learned from today's world and try to see how those components can fit in tomorrow, while we are slowly but surely progressing in this topic. And I'm happy to see the international discussion and collaboration is accelerating on this topic, because it's really needed to order to really design the optimal setup for the future. I see these sessions that's happening from IMF and World Bank and BIS are growing in numbers, are growing in interest, even in different geographies. So it was mentioned that we had a similar roundtable by the IMF and IMF in Jeddah in Saudi in October, and I see the momentum is even growing now. And trying to address, ironing out these topics, and the presentation by Tobias did identify a lot of these topics, and I think I'm seeing more and more maturity in terms of the understanding. I remember two years ago, the discussion, specifically on the retail side, was about the two-tier system, one-tier system, the bank disintermediation. I think we're beyond that now, and the discussions are really happening on what is really needed, which is the governance arrangements, the legal aspects, both domestically and globally.
Well, great. That's very encouraging. And you're right. You're right. These types of forums are very important to share lessons and accelerate the learning and the transfer of information between countries. But what happens when you have an experiment between two countries, and each country has its own legal and regulatory frameworks, and they may not agree? What do you do in those cases? Have you run into this, and how did you solve that problem?
In our case, I don't think it was an issue, but looking into, again, because we did look into scalability and expansion, as it was mentioned. The topic of we envision that, for example, we need to, for example, a rule book, and at a minimum, you need to agree between the players, between the participants on a rule book. Now, you could have different technical platforms, as you mentioned, and you look into the interoperability aspects and the standardization of messaging, security standards, all of these things from a technology point of view, but you cannot have an interlinked system cross-border without agreeing on rule books that could give each jurisdiction their own, let's say, compliance scheme while having this or enabling cross-border movement of these tokens.
The rule books being the governance arrangements, in the end of the day, that we heard about in the earlier presentation. So, Denis, over to you. What about your lessons from the standpoint of harmonizing regulations and laws, and perhaps your thoughts on governance, these famous rules that Ziad was talking about?
Maybe to add, I mean, to the lessons learned, and we have learned that way, but the same one. But beyond that, I think the fundamental point in terms of legal environment is to adapt it to the digital age and the emergence of infrastructures which are functioning differently and for which I mean the legal framework has to be adapted to support it. And just mention that because in Europe we have just entering in a phase where we have a so-called European pilot regime, which functions as a sort of sandbox in which, I mean, market participants which want to develop trading and security settlement systems with new technologies, I mean, DLT-based one, and who identify in the current legal framework obstacles to ensure legal certainty of transactions, just to take an example. So they have the possibility to come to us, ask for a waiver, and then we might grant them, we might ask them to take other measures to compensate. And so the identification of the legal obstacles for a smooth functioning of new pieces of infrastructures, new payment systems on a domestic or cross-border basis is still this identification. I think it's work under progress, and I think it's also important to test and learn from that perspective. I think we all know that in payments and securities settlement system, finality of transaction is crucial, especially if you have platforms which operate on a multi-jurisdiction basis. So how to address that in the context where you deal with tokenized assets, where I mean the inscription and of those assets is something specific. So this is really an important issue that can be addressed. I have no doubt, but we still need to work on that. Beyond that, of course, when you have a platform, either a domestic one or a cross-border one, the governance of that platform is fundamental beyond, I mean, legal solidity or certainty. And here there are a number of issues that need to be addressed. I think what is maybe special about cross-border platforms, maybe building on the vision expressed by Tobias earlier, is so it's really important to foresee what kind of difficulties you might face, and from a central bank perspective, I repeat the point because that's one of the lessons learned. Keeping control of the money you issue is really at the heart of central banking. So when you participate to a platform, a multilateral one, your capacity to ensure that in the governance you will keep control is one dimension that needs to be addressed. Another dimension is we all know by experience that when you set up an infrastructure to support a payment system or a cross-border system, let's take CLS for cross-border, it's not an idle system. It has to evolve. There are investment cycles. There are versions of it. So how do you share, the financial burden associated to that platform? Because you cannot, if you want to have a platform which is effective and efficient, you need that everyone agrees to update it. So that's the kind of issues that practical ones, but in my experience are important to address. So I think a strong governance in the sense that very important decision, you foresee them, you know how the decision will be taken. Is it by one man, one vote, something else? To an extent, it doesn't matter as long as you set beforehand the solution to that kind of issue.
Thank you so much. And I look at my clock and I see that we are now playing the 90th minute. We're going to get into extra time. We have about 4 or 5 minutes of extra time that is allowed to us. And what I'd like to do is think back to this morning's presentation and to our very, very kind host, Governor Jouari, who this morning was kind enough to bestow some wisdom. My favorite was that of the camel. But he also spoke about different levels of application. Domestic, regional, global. We've been speaking about experiments, and as you do these experiments, you're obviously thinking about the next steps. Next steps in solving cross-border payments and integrating payments with financial markets. Where do we go next? Do we stay at the domestic level? Do we aim for regional agreements, or do we go straight for the big global solution? What do you think, and what about the timeline? Ziad, can we start with you?
Yes. First of all, I truly think that the camel analogy is a correct one in this topic. Look, I think if we do not start with global coordination and global discussions, we will really miss the opportunity of having a clean state. So CBDC is a new kind of technology or a form of money that we could use to fix the existing frictions of the world, of the finance sector. So I think if each country or each region will take its own route, we will have to sit for another decade to really unlock or unwind the different choices that are going to be taken on different countries. So I truly believe that we start from the top down, accelerating discussions, accelerating projects, and I think the BIS is doing a fantastic job in terms of enlightening us all as a central bank community in the different projects that the BIS innovation hubs are doing across the world. The publications by the IMF is also much needed in these days. So I think we need to start from that level. In terms of domestic, again, I think each jurisdiction is taking its own speed when it comes to the progress of progressing CBDC. For us in the kingdom, we're looking into, or we're doubling down on wholesale experimentation. On the retail side, or at retail CBDC, our studies has shown that pushing the agenda on existing rails, existing payment system, mobile payment, card payments, real-time payments, is what's going to achieve what our targets are with financial inclusion, digitalization of payments. And we've seen a lot of improvements across, especially in the last 3 years. So that satisfies the need of retail customers for now. So, however, cross-border wholesale, we think there are opportunities there. That's why we're progressing with BIS and different projects. But again, I think to answer your question, maybe a short answer is I think we should start from a global down to domestic level.
Thank you so much. So a lot of wisdom coming from this platform. Domestic experimentation, but global vision, I think you were saying. Denis, what about you? Last word.
I would certainly agree with the importance of a vision and a global one. I think I subscribe to the idea that CBDC used or based on a multilateral DLT-based platform is certainly going to be can be a help to address, I mean, the frictions, long-standing frictions we have seen in cross-border payments. The practical issue is what is the best path to make that vision come true. And from that perspective, I building on the idea that and the experience that we need to learn by doing. I would maybe advocate for a pragmatic, maybe a prudent approach in moving from national or regional hub, implementing that vision or a variant of that vision and interlinking those regional platforms that could emerge, and from one step to another, at the end, we might be ready to move to a global platform, having in mind that the challenges to address to really run a global payment system on a global basis is really a huge, very appealing, but a huge endeavor.
Thank you very, very much. We've been speaking about visions. I see my own vision, and that is walk like a camel, but fly like a bird. These migratory birds who know where the north is, they know what the vision is, and they fly in that direction. So I was not kidding when I said that I had two-star forwards, two-star attackers, forward-thinking people, but also people of action whose experiments are enlightening us all. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope Morocco goes far in the next World Cup, and hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, notre programme touche à sa fin. Donc, je vous prie d'accueillir M. Kenneth Kang, directeur adjoint au département de la stratégie, des politiques et de l'évaluation au Fonds monétaire international pour le discours de clôture. M. Kenneth, la parole est à vous.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Tomasos, for those inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also thank you for participating in today's very insightful event, and my deep gratitude to all the speakers here. And my special thanks to the Bank Al-Maghrib for co-hosting this conference with the IMF, We really appreciate the many colleagues who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes in putting together this conference and making it such a great success. Today's event has been a key stop on the road to Marrakesh, the IMF and the World Bank's annual meetings in October, where harnessing the digital transition will be an important theme. It is a time of rapid change and transition. It is crucial to come together, share information and advice, and look for ways to create new public goods. This is especially true for something new like a CBDC, where we have an opportunity to build from scratch. As with many new ideas, working on CBDC requires not just a risk-return analysis, but also a sense of openness and flexibility. So far, the rollout of CBDCs has proceeded at different speeds. A few central banks have paused, while others are pressing ahead or watching on the sidelines with great interest. In other words, it is still early days, and perhaps that is just fine. This can be summed up in a Moroccan proverb which my IMF colleagues discovered, which says that you should think 1,000 times before using a scissor. In the West, a version of this is known as the carpenter's rule: measure twice, cut once. This is not an excuse for inaction. It is advice to think properly, think deep before taking big decisions. And today's conference provides an opportunity to do such deep thinking. As I stand between you and a well-deserved break, let me be brief and highlight three main takeaways around the basic themes, starting with the letter I. The first I would be implementation. Today's event has underscored that if designed right, CBDCs could help unlock great benefits. They can help in giving more people access to financial services and at lower cost. They can help build more resilient and efficient payment systems. And they can help with cheaper and quicker cross-border payments, remittances, and transfers. The key words are if designed right. When considering a CBDC, country authorities need to consider the pain points and use cases, initial conditions, and the best timing for issuing a CBDC. The decision on implementing a CBDC depends on several issues, including the level of development of the payment and financial systems, the effectiveness of the monetary policy framework, central bank capacity, and CBDC design features. All these factors must align with well-defined policy objectives. As our discussion today has made clear, a one-size-fits-all approach is not appropriate. Countries have different circumstances, including pain points and policy objectives. Countries with more developed financial systems and monetary policy frameworks may find it relatively easier to implement a CBDC, but whether this will address policy objectives depends on the development of the payment systems. Implementing a CBDC may improve cross-border payments efficiency. As highlighted in the second session, CBDC could also help improve monetary policy effectiveness. With some exceptions, several countries in the region have low levels of financial development and relatively illiquid financial markets, which limits monetary policy transmission. If a CBDC is designed properly and carefully, it can improve access to the financial system and improve the transmission of monetary and other policy tools. Work at the IMF aims to help authorities think through these issues and whether and how to consider adopting a CBDC through various models and design choices. Our message is that the implementation entails various trade-offs, risks, and rewards. CBDC may have important implications for financial sector inclusion and stability, and monetary policy effectiveness and capital flows. As such, we need to approach CBDC with care and with a specific policy objective in mind. We have discussed capacity development needs in the region, and the role of the IMF. IMF CBDC capacity development has been helping member countries to make informed decisions when taking the major steps to design and issue their own CBDC and to tailor capacity development to country circumstances. To note, at the Marrakesh annual meetings, IMF staff will launch a CBDC handbook. It will be a living document with new chapters published each year and already published chapters being updated as new experiences and findings emerge and policy views evolve. Collaboration on CBDC development will be important, not only between international organizations, but also with other central banks that are advanced in CBDCs. Collaboration lies at the center of the CBDC Handbook initiative. Collaboration also brings me to the second point highlighted today. The second I would be interoperability and inclusion. Today's event puts the spotlight on a new vision that is emerging in some countries, as well as in the IMF, of CBDC as a platform to facilitate interoperability and safe innovation among domestic money schemes, as well as between currencies across borders. In 2022, the IMF Managing Director called for improving the international payment system by building global digital platforms to make national payment systems interoperable and to make cross-border payments more efficient, safe, and inclusive. Today's speech by Tobias has helped to further clarify this vision. To make payments and transactions more efficient and fairer, we will need systems that are fit for purpose. One policy challenge is that there are no common international settlement assets, few common legal and regulatory frameworks, and insufficient shared infrastructures. CBDC and technology can help. It is an opportunity to rethink and redesign how cross-border payments are made. The IMF FinTech note published today, titled "The Rise of Payments and Contracting Platforms," paints a picture of how this can be done. Tobias highlighted in his speech a vision of a new class of platforms that could use a digital version of central bank reserves to ensure interoperability among national currencies and safety by way of a stable and known settlement assets. As discussed in the last session, a new public infrastructure based on platforms to connect and regulate various payment systems could be one way of promoting integration, connecting economies, markets, and people in the digital world, supported by international cooperation on the appropriate standards and governance. This leads me to my last I, the international monetary system and the IMF. The vision we have discussed today has important implications for the stability of the international monetary system. CBDCs could facilitate market integration, financial inclusion, and the monitoring and management of capital flow measures. However, it is also clear that greater efficiency could bring risks, from higher financial market contagion and valuation effects to sudden capital flow reversals. These can be especially harmful for countries with very high external financing needs. Currency substitution is also another risk in countries where residents may prefer to use foreign currency. When the currency becomes digital, thereby easier to store on your cell phone than in a bank, the risk of currency substitution increases. These risks can be managed by countries taking the right fiscal, monetary, structural, and legal measures. Frameworks for capital flow management may need to be upgraded in the digital age to protect against currency substitution and create space for monetary and other policy tools. To realize the full benefits, countries considering CBDCs should explore how they should enhance cross-border payments, including through other central banks and organizations working openly and collaboratively to consider such an international dimension of a CBDC. The IMF can play an important role along with the Bank of International Settlements, the Financial Stability Board, and the World Bank to suggest solutions, foster consensus, and bring together policymakers as well as the voices of the private sector and civil society. Let me end where I began by noting again the road to Marrakesh towards the IMF World Bank annual meetings in October. The road also provides a useful image when it comes to the role of public sector in money and payments, the theme of today's conference. The private sector provides the traffic on the road. It can even build the road. But we need the public sector to ensure that the roads are built safe and efficient. The public sector needs to set clear rules of the road and ensure that the rules are enforced. This roundtable has provided many useful insights for us at the IMF to consider as we work with our membership to discuss, share knowledge, and contribute our analysis and advice. And I thank you for the new homework that you have given to us today. And we look forward to continuing sharing and learning from each other on these high priority topics as we journey together to the annual meetings in Marrakesh. Thank you very much.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci beaucoup pour votre participation. Merci aux panélistes, merci aux intervenants qui ont posé des questions. Merci pour cet échange très intéressant qui donne envie d'avoir un autre événement sur la monnaie digitale de Banque Centrale, Inch'Allah. Et je vous invite à un dernier pot avant de quitter la salle. Merci.